Good afternoon, my fellow travelers on Spaceship Earth. It is I, and I am Guy. I'm coming to you live from Applewood Station, where it is 24 degrees Celsius and climbing. Climbing, right, George? Climbing. Joan Murphy wishes to be my friend because she saw me post on Facebook, and she loves my posts. They are the best thing she has ever experienced in her life. And so she wishes to become my Facebook friend. And of course, naturally, I believe her. I am working on this. Here we are. Still working on the Mustang. It's still here. We have no music today because apparently the music service is not working. I don't know why the music service is not working, but it is not working. Now looking at the bottom of this. We're going to have some unique and interesting problems with holes, it looks like here. It looks like this door is going to need to be worked on as much as this door. Eh, eh. Well, I mean, it's sort of hard. We're working on, so the ultimate model here looks kind of like this guy here. This is the final version of him. The actual ship that we're trying to draw is this guy, which, in a funny twist of fate, I drew this as a sketch of what these guys look like going into the comic, and then said, well, that doesn't look like my sabers. And I had two saber fighters that I was going to use for this, and I'm not going to use the sabers. Instead, I kind of like these guys better. They look nicer. And so I went ahead and pulled up my saber model, and now I'm redoing the saber model. In my comic, I have transformable ships because I'm actually a fan of the old TV series Robotech or Macross, depending on which version you are. And so because of that, we have transforming spacecraft. And I admit openly that that's just because I'm being geeky and I don't actually have a real reason for it. I just like robots. So, well, born of necessity, I might add. So, at the moment, what I'm working on is this box here is the front landing gear box. You can see the front landing gear is stowed right now. Normally, when this thing is in aircraft mode, you can see it's got two other landing gear in its legs there. You can see those landing gear folded up. They're already stored away. But the forward landing gear, I'm going to duplicate this side of the spacecraft to the other side, which is why it only has one half. Because once I do, I can take, I mean, it's not that hard to do the modifier and just mirror it. And there it is. So you get both halves of the spacecraft. But before I do that, I want to make sure I'm done with everything on one side of the spacecraft, because once I mirror it, anything I do to the left side will have to be done to the right side exactly. And so it's just far better to do all of it on one side than do the left side, which is why I'm hesitating, because I think the next thing I really want to do is the cockpit. Because I think, and I'm kind of stopped here and thinking about it, but I think what I want to do with a cockpit is it's a two-piece cockpit. the front nose piece will open up this way, and a back piece will slide up and back. Thus, it'll have two pieces, one that opens this way and one that comes back, letting the entire inside of the cockpit be open. Because this ship has two people who are in it usually. There's a pilot and a Rio. The Rio is a military term that we use in the U.S. military, depending on where you're from. The U.S. military usually that's the person that sits in the back seat of a Tomcat or something like that. The Rio stands for Radar Information Officer, and it's the person who runs all the little knobs and controls and all of the little, radar and all that stuff, so that the pilot only has to worry about flying the airplane. Same thing here. That's what makes the T-15, which is what this is. This is the T-15 in my comic. The T-15 is very useful for search and rescue. Hello, Sif. T-15 is very useful for search and rescue because it's got a Rio, somebody in the back who can sit there and use all of the controls to make sure that they can see as much as they can possibly see while they're out there. But the next thing I got to do is kind of cut up this nose, and I'm trying to decide how I'm going to do it. But it was very important that I finish the box for the landing gear, because the Rio is going to have to sit up here somehow on top of this landing gear. So I've got to make sure that fits, so that the seat here is sit-onable. You can sit on it. Hey, Ray. That's the battle plan. So here we are trying to cut into we're going to start cutting into the front of the ship here. That's what we're going to end up doing, is cutting through this section right here. Ooh, and I just now noticed the landing gear box moves into here. That's not going to end well. That's why we check these things. So the landing gear, the question really is, does it need to? So see how the angle of the bottom of the hull here comes up here? It does look like that's going to need to move back, because this box now trims part of the outside of the hull. But I don't know if it needs to. Well, maybe it does. Maybe it doesn't. So what I'm trying to decide now is, with the landing gear, if we were to go with the landing gear, this is the landing gear. Right now, if I were to cut this hole out, you can see that the door, you can kind of see its outline there. The door of that now is not going to be flush with the hull right here. So the question really is, do I move this vertice back, thus making this a little bit less flush? Which I might. That might actually be the answer. In 3D modeling, everything has you have three types of units. You have the vertice, which is a point, or a vertex, depending on which way you go. You have a line, which is what connects two vertexes together, or two vertices together. And then you have what we call a face, and that's this right here. Why a wheel? Well, I mean, because off the deck and in storage, you don't want it with its legs down. The legs take up too much space. So I'm going to move back to here. That's going to cause this vertice to be weird, or vertex. This is going to be this face. I mean, it's a good question, Ray. I mean, why would you have wheels if it's got legs? Actually, I think this might be what I'm trying to do here. That actually is probably exactly what I'm trying to do. Yikes. That has caused a pinch in the model. I don't like that. I don't like the way this looks. There we go. So what I've done is I've pulled this vertice up to where the landing gear is, and I'm going to pull it a little further out. We never, in construction, you never put something exactly flush with a right angle right next to it, because it would never work in real life. It works great in 3D, but this is supposed to represent a real spacecraft, so it wouldn't really work. It'd just be weird. And be like, that doesn't work. The metal, it does not cut through the metal very well. All right, now we're looking at it. The box still comes out here, and I don't like that. That's what we're trying to solve. So we're going to go to the side and look at it here and see what kind of trouble we can cause from this side. Looking at the side, this is complicated and difficult now because it's hard to see. But we've got this triangle that I'm trying to get rid of here. So I'm going to push this back, and that put the entire box inside this vertice. You can see it now inside here. It's now inside. That's not a lot of room there for this square, so I'll move this out, because engineering wise, nobody would ever build something like that. Move it forward like so. The thing I don't like is this pinched corner. I don't like this pinched corner at all. I mean, honestly, Ray, you've known me for a while now. The truth is, I like Macross. Macross is a whole bunch of airplanes that turned into robots. However, I will pretend like I justify it by saying, no, actually, I'm sure that even machines that have legs. I mean, you see in Gundam all the time, you see the Gundams kind of just standing up against the wall. But if you look inside a white base, which is the name of the carriers in Gundam, inside the white base, they're all just standing in there and they take up a lot of room. I would think that since these guys can fold their legs all the way down and underneath, it would still be better storage for them if you had them on wheels, so you could, scooch them back into you can press them back into a parking space and pull them out of the parking space and press them back into that parking space sort of thing. Pull them out and move them around the deck of the aircraft carrier. Probably better that way. I mean, really, it's because it looks cool. And I think I try to do as realistic as I possibly can with my comic. And then every so often, there just has to be a looks cool factor. All right, let's see how pinched this is. It is pretty pinched. I don't like that as much. So I may have to move this guy back, which really I didn't want to do. But we want to do this before. Yeah, we're going to have to bring that all the way back to there. That's not horrible. We even can move this guy back a little. And that de-pinches that a little, but not a lot. I mean, it's not horrible. It's not bad. I'm trying not to have my mesh pinch here across that. I don't want that mesh to pinch too much there. Pinched in real life, metal doesn't like to be pinched up like that. And so you wouldn't have something built that way. But I think we're okay. I think that should be fine. And now the landing gear box will be cut out of that entire piece right there, and it'll be fine. And this is the whole landing gear piece right here. This, when we're done making the two sides, since the landing gear box is off center, it will be the landing gear box isn't centered perfectly because the landing gear has a hook to it with a wheel on it. So the wheel's on a hook, so everything's off center. The wheel is straight, but with a third wheel on an aircraft or a spacecraft, you can't just stick a shaft through the middle of the wheel because that's the middle of the tire, so it won't run. So the way that you do it is hook it to one side so the wheel can spin, but you're going to end up with a landing gear that's off center shaped, which is fine. Not a big deal in real life. Kind of weird if you're trying to mirror everything in a 3D program. And these guys don't need to be this high. They were cool looking that high, but they don't need to be that high. The only reason they were up there that high was because I was putting the legs fold up through this section here. And so this is that center pod that goes through the middle of the leg section there, where the legs fold up into this section right under here. All right. Now we'll go to the side and we'll start building our cut. I don't want to mess with the cut, but we're going to have to do it anyway. So we go to object mode, add mesh cube. And we'll put ourselves a new cube in here. And this cube will sit. It's going to be most of the front of the vessel. And in this instance, I'm going to try to match the shape of the forward hull of the ship. And we're actually going to go ahead and just make it a mirrored piece as well. That way it's got a split right through the middle that matches the split through the middle of the spacecraft. So going into edit mode, going into naked mode. If you guys have been with me long enough, you know that I am humored by the naked mode thing because it means that you can see through it. All right. We're going to extend, extend, extend. These are the forward frames. Oh, look. Tamara really likes my streaming content. Yeah, the problem is you can have asymmetrical spacecraft, but as the Germans learned the hard way during World War II, asymmetrical aircraft don't work as well as they want them to. I'm just saying, they tried. I mean, if you want to look it up, the one you really should look up is what was it called? The Blom and Voss. So the BV-141. That one is a super asymmetrical aircraft. All right. Oh, the NASA 81. Yeah, that's a thing. All right. Trying to get. So I'm going sideways with this because this is going to be my point for the front of this here. And we're going to bring this back. Spacecraft can, spacecraft can be asymmetrical because you don't have to worry about aerodynamics. The problem with airplanes is as soon as you have an asymmetry across the airframe, you have to have everything counterbalancing that asymmetry. So you can be asymmetrical. It's just that it becomes unpleasant quickly if you're not careful. And the aircraft becomes a handling nightmare. And it's mostly because humans are symmetrical. And so we don't handle asymmetry very well. We're not good at it. You know, we We can't figure out why it's pulling more to the left, or we try to pull the aircraft to the right and there's more lift on the left side. So the aircraft then wants to go more to the left, and it wants to pull to that side. And that makes it very difficult for the pilots to understand. It's less an aircraft problem and more of a pilot problem. That's why spacecraft can do it just fine, because there's no real asymmetrical pull in space against the wing surfaces. And you can usually have an onboard processor that thinks it through. You know, the 81, they also called that the X-Wing. I don't know. They thought it was cute, I guess. I don't know. What do I know? I just work here. Um, it was part of what they called the X-Wing project. And the X-Wing project, the entire concept was that they were going to um, try to make it so that there was a rotating wing concept aircraft where the wing rotated around. I mean, it's like a lot of things NASA comes up with. They learn a lot from it, even if it doesn't get put into manufacture. It's one of those things. Do not mourn it, for it did its job. It did a good job. It was a good space thing. Okay, we're going along the front here. This is another one of those where I'm like, I may have made a mistake on this, because I feel like I probably need another face off of this side, which isn't going to actually be hard. Um, and maybe that's what we should do. Is just going ahead and go to face and then select the faces here. Right. And with the faces selected, that's a lot of faces. Did you get both of those forward faces? Yeah, I guess so. Then I can extrude to one side, which is towards us. It's pretty dramatic. So part of the X-Wing concept was the idea of making a helicopter-esque aircraft. So the idea being, it was part of what caused, or what ultimately became the V-22 project, or the XV-22. So the biggest problem, which will always bring me back to the XB-84, because right now I'm completely infatuated and in love with the XB-84 because it's a ridiculous aircraft. So forgive me for chuckling like a school child, because I find that airplane to be ridiculous. But the biggest problem that we have is you need an aircraft that can go slow, so that you can do slow maneuvers, slow operations. Like, for example, a helicopter. Helicopters are great for moving in, hovering over a site, and retrieving people. That's what they're best at. Helicopters make lousy gunships. And the reason the helicopters tend to make lousy gunships is because they're slow. Like, the whole problem is they're slow, right? So You want something like a fixed wing aircraft, because then you've got something that goes fast. But the problem with fixed wing aircraft is you have to have lift over the wings, otherwise it falls from the air. So you need something that does something in between, which is something that NASA and the US Army and the Russian Army and the Russian military have been trying to work on for years. They try to figure out how to get an aircraft that will go slow when they need it to be slow, and then go fast when they need it to be fast. And in the US Army's situation, they came up with a V-22, which puts propellers upward and then puts the propellers forward. So the propellers, when they're upward, make it act like a helicopter because the propellers are up. But then as it accelerates forward, those propellers move forward into a forward locked position, which then gives lift over the wings, and then it acts like a fixed wing aircraft. The problem with that, of course, is there's a lot of moving parts there, which isn't a big deal, but V-22s are not, they're a mechanical nightmare. They've got a lot of pieces moving around. And so it's not as useful as they were hoping it would be. It is useful, but it's still not the solution. You're talking about things like an aircraft carrier. You have a boat, which is effectively just a postage stamp of a runway strapped to a boat. It's a runway and a boat. And you've got a problem because aircraft need a lot of runway. You've got one of two options. You can make the boat long enough to be a runway, or you can make the airplanes need less runway. And so this has become an ongoing problem for years. I mean, this is a big problem that everybody's been solving, which is why I'm chuckling about the XB-84, because that was an attempt to make that solution. It was an attempt to try to stop that. And the XB-84, also known as the Thunder Screech, makes me giggle because it's the most ridiculous thing I have ever heard, but it is an interesting attempt at a solution to this problem. But the Thunder Screech, being the Thunder Screech, was an aircraft designed with the idea that they were going to try to make a fixed or a propeller powered aircraft that could go faster than the speed of sound. That didn't work like they wanted it to. All it really did was make people poop their pants, which was very funny. And because nobody died, it's funny. If people died, I'd probably be a lot more circumspect about this. But nobody died, so I'm just chuckling a lot because I cannot believe somebody made this aircraft and thought it was a good idea. But that's beside the point. So, that's in a way, right? Well, and necessity is the mother of invention, they say. That's, and sometimes it is cool to a degree. That's the reason I've put legs on all of my fighter craft. That allows them to have lift over the wings, and it allows them to put two primary thrust vectors down or forward. In space, you want to pull this back and make the ship stop? That's fine. You pull the lever back, the legs come forward, and the thrusts are straight forward, and they hit thrust, and the ship stops. You're effectively standing on these legs in reverse. That's what they would be doing like this. So, it's a thing. Who knows? All I'm doing is making these frames forward line up so that they line up with their counterparts on the other side of the hull here, because it's getting all wonky. Look at all this weird. Don't be weird. This is weird. But if you're kind of wondering, we went the other direction with this. So we started with wheels and went to legs in this instance, which is kind of why, to answer your question, we have landing gear. Or at least to somewhat address your question. Yeah, see, this is going to be a weird. That's just going to be weird. Let's just see what it looks like without it. Well, it's not horrible, I guess. I mean, no matter what, this is going to be a strange structure up here. There's no way really around the fact that this is going to be a bizarre structure up front. Necessity seems to make us, though, do some interesting things. So now I've managed to make this rounded to some degree. It doesn't need to be perfectly rounded because this is a comic book. And if nothing else, if I have any problems at all, I can round this in the book itself. I just want it to be roughly rounded so that for the most part, it's round. And that looks pretty good. I feel kind of like this goes under and that goes around, and they just kind of they arc across the nose piece. We're going to have to build this thing out at some point in time and make it part of the cockpit, but the entire nose piece itself slides forward and down and open on this. So bring the main hull back in. We don't have to worry about whether the main hull looks good underneath there or not, because it doesn't really matter, because this piece is this piece. But I will try to make this at least line up a little bit with the bottom of the hull here, which it's not doing on this outside edge. At least try to make it look good, guy. Can you at least try a little bit? Bring this in a little, bring it down, match it up a little, because we are going to have to, no matter what, it doesn't matter which way we go, it is going to have to match this hull piece somehow. Because it is like this whole piece here can slide in just a little bit more here. And then bring this out. And bring this in, oddly. Although, I mean, if you think about it, Ray, we kind of do build things for the sake of building things. It's called art. I mean, like this T-15 here, which we're working on, is not real, but it will exist in a little bit here. It just won't exist in an honest way like it does. Like, it's not like it's going to be part of the real world, but it will exist. I don't think it should be an A, so it should be A-15 is what it is. Really should be U for utility, because it is a utility spacecraft. I'm going to have to go back through and readjust these guys too, because they've probably got out of alignment. Yerp. said, you guys are predictable. And you are way out of that line piece there, which makes you actually kind of scarily out of line piece there. There we go. Now let's take a look. For the most part, that's still not quite aligned. There comes a point where it's like some of this is just going to have to find its own way in here, I think. Oh, yeah, that's good. Up here, we're going to have to move this guy in a little bit. Doesn't have to be perfect, just... Oh, no. You got into watching Seinfeld. That's not good. That's a show about nothing. Although, really, honestly, if you think about it, Seinfeld is a show all about how bad the people of Seinfeld are. They're like not really good people. And I feel like that was the point. See, now I don't even know what to do with you. You should be up here. Yeah. That's gonna have a lot of cultural reference that, and the weird part about Seinfeld is it almost made its own cultural references. If that makes any sense, like it generated its own weird cultural references. So don't feel bad if you're not getting it. There are a lot of people here who don't understand Seinfeld. So I certainly cannot fault you. It doesn't make sense to a lot of people. Some of those people are people who live here in this country where that was supposed to be built for. But it doesn't make sense because Seinfeld's weird. It's just really weird. Not bad, just weird. There's nothing wrong with that. And it's like I said, it's not a bad show. It was intentionally supposed to be weird. I mean, like when they made it, it's supposed to be weird. So if you are enjoying it, that's all that's really important. As long as you're enjoying it, there's no right or wrong to media. And I mean, I listen to Korean pop music. I have no earthly idea what they're saying. I just like the sound of it. I like the way it sounds. I like the way it sounds, and I like the beat. And so I listen to Korean pop music. No clue what they're saying because I don't speak Korean. There's no wrong thing to it. Maybe. But it's still not wrong. It's still totally okay. Yeah, well, okay, maybe not. That's just gonna be weird. Okay, I'm gonna pull this down, I think. I'm still tinkering with this nose piece. Noses are hard. I'm just saying, especially aircraft noses are difficult. It's gonna. All right. Now we can just grab these. And what we're going to do is we're just going to go aft. In theory, I should be able to just extend it at this point in time and go back on the frames by frame. Now, on an aircraft, frames are typically the. Hang on real quick. Excuse me, I had to sneeze. Because it's still whatever out there. My eyes are watery. All right. Aircraft, like ships, have frames. Frames then are the point of the aircraft where, yeah, see, that's kind of, I'm not liking that one as much. The point of the aircraft where you apply the hull. So you have a frame, and then you have another frame, and then the two of them, then you put the hull pieces along the frame. Hey there, Jackson, how you doing? Long time no see and stuff. I know you're shocked to find out that I'm making spaceships, but I'm making spaceships. Shocked, I tell you, shocked. You are just astonished that I would make spaceships. I, of all people, would make spacecraft. All right. I've come back enough of the forward frame. I think I want to be on this forward frame. How goes everything there, Jackson? Right, exactly. It's astonishing. It's an amazing thing that I, of all people, would sit here and make spacecraft. It's so weird. All right, what we're gonna do, I'm gonna take this, and instead of capturing these bottom pieces here, I'm only going to extend this piece. Right now, the problem that we've got is there are no there are no vertices here. So I'm going to have to do some fancy work. Finishing lunch, that's fair. I'm going to have to do some fancy something here because I need to, I need to add a vertice here, and there is no vertice. Or I need to add a vertex. I only really need to add a vertex right here, but there's no vertex there. So really what I need to do is blast a hole in this. I don't want to blast a hole in it because that'll make me grumpy and mad, but because I'll have to fix it. But we'll take the face out, right? And what we'll do is I'll hit delete, and then I'll just take the face. Because if you look, it has a face in there, but the face is now gone. So then we'll take this guy and do the same thing. We'll take its face out. And then we'll extrude from this point right here. And I'll only do one point, and then I'll hit extrude. And that gives me just one line and one vertice. And I have to do this because the cockpit piece is pivoted. So we're going to have, it's going to lift upward and pivot outward like this. But in order for it to fit right, it's going to have like a 90-degree angle on it. So I'm building in my 90-degree angle is what I'm really doing here. And I'm just going to line this guy right up with that because I don't want to mess with him at all. And so, so there we go with that. And then I'll grab that vertice and that vertex and hit F for face. Remove that here, F for face. take these two, do that, and do that. Hey, 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 and that. And we hit F for face, and that puts in these three faces. So now we've got those three faces in as a wall. And I don't need to worry as much on the other side at this point. So I'm not gonna, I don't need to worry about it being complete through this section. So I'm just gonna select that and that and that and F, and then remove that and select that. Select that and F. Triangles work better than squares, even though Blender will happily and blissfully put in squares all day long until the cows come home. And that's fine, but weird. So this is the moment of, did you just make a mistake? Because I think you might have. Okay, let's plot these faces. There we go. You know, I said, we don't need to worry about this being all the way across. But then I was like, I won't understand any of it. So let's just go ahead and pull that across. Let's just do it. Let's just do it. I won't. It's going to confuse me. And that's the problem. So let's pull the face out. Just, dang it. I'll be. I don't think Blender's going to have a problem with it. It's going to be me. I'm going to be the one going, what did I do? I don't understand any of this. Why did I do this to myself? Blender will be fine. I'm going to be the one going, why did I do this to me? Why do I do these things? And then going, I don't understand why I had to make my life miserable. And so I'm going to take that point, just go across there. And then this way I don't have to go, why did I do this to myself? Why? And wonder why I hate myself so. Put a face in, take that, and then we'll go to the top. And I'm putting in 4s, even though I just said don't put in 4s, because this side's going to be kept. But when we're done, the cockpit interior piece is not going to be, there's not going to be anything past this section. So I don't have to worry about it. So it's not going to act funny on that one. I don't need to worry about that later. The only time I need to worry about triangles, generally speaking, is when I am making the final version that goes to DAZ. Because DAZ does not deal well with quads. And so it gets really confused. So once I finally make a version that goes to DAZ Studio, I need to make sure all of my quads are turned into triangles by splitting the quads in half. And that's something that we will just deal with later. We don't have to deal with that right now. And that's fine. And there's no problem with that. Now what I'm going to do is only select this top piece and then extrude out like that. And that's why I was doing it, because now we've got that 90-degree angle. Like I said, the front part of the nose piece is going to slide forward on a hinge and come out. So that it'll just go like this and come forward in its own hinge. And so because of that, it's going to lie forward and roll forward and open so that the pilot can get in and out. I am going to expand it. Expand. That's a lot of expand. I don't know if I wanted to go that expandy. Minimum expand. There we go. Because we really kind of want that. There we go. And now we'll just decide how far back on the frame that is. Not very. Because that's like to here. Nice. And push that in. That one. There we go. And now if we take the hull out, we actually have what looks like the beginnings of this L shape, which will allow me to move the entire nose piece forward. But this brace is gonna have to go forward, because this brace actually, you don't get a lot of space on that. So we'll de-expand, despand, like so. And now that L piece right there should look relatively okay. No. Yeah, it should, says Guy. Then it doesn't, as usual. There we go. You look way off. There we go. There. Now what we've got is that forward piece of the cockpit kind of moving incorrectly, like so. And then I just expand this back. Extrude. There we go. Bring the hull back in so we can trace the hull. We don't have that many more frames to go back on this. We don't need to worry about it going back too many more frames anyway. Because this piece only goes back to that mid frame right here, just before the Rio pilot. And the Rio pilot then is this seat behind. So this is just the cockpit for the primary pilot, which is going to be to here. And the Rio is going to sit up here on top of the wheelbase, on the wheel structure. Which, like I was saying, is going to be like driving a bus. All right, expand one more time to the back of this frame, which is going to be right about there. We'll move this up. And this is going to be important to line up with the hull of the spacecraft, because I'm going to cut all of this off the nose, but I'm not cutting through here, because this is that secondary cockpit piece. So when we get to this piece, it's actually going to have to line up real nicely with the hull, like so. The rest of this is going to get cut out, so I'm not really that worried. But this piece, that's going to have to match the hull. So we'll push this on out. That needs to go out to about there. Ish, give or take. We'll push this on out to about there, give or take. We'll bring this on back in. And then we have to match it to the hull when we get out to this part, which isn't going to be that big of a deal. Because it looks like we got 2 lines of hull here. So what I need to really do is move this guy until he matches that hull piece right there. Let me just move this guy out a little, make it kind of look rounded on the front. And this guy is going to have to move out until he matches the hull, give or take. There. And then here's where things get ugly. Because I think what I really need to do is raise these 3 up until they match the hull line. Like so. And then I'm going to have to go forward with all the other ones, because that's going to define sort of where everything is along this hull line, which is going to be much more complicated than it looks. Well, no, not so bad, actually. That looks like that just kind of lined up real nice. So never mind. I, freaked out about stuff that's not really worth freaking out about. I know. Also a shocker. Everything forward of that frame, well, maybe I should put this frame and match that frame, because otherwise this is not going to line up. So we'll go to the side, and we'll take you, and we'll move you forward to this frame. And line you up. And the reason is because, in the end, it's going to have to line up along this piece on the bottom. It doesn't matter what it looks like up here, but it does matter what it looks like down here. Like, that's going to line right up with that frame. Because this is going to have to, when the cockpit closes, it's going to have to close on the hull of the ship. And so no matter what, it's going to have to clamshell closed, click, and close down. Anything above the line of this cut isn't a problem. Because when I make this cut, I'm going to duplicate this cockpit piece. And we're going to make one that we're going to use as a Boolean template. So I'm just going to take the entire top half and just extend it all the way. Well, you know what? I could explain it, or I could just do it. Are you talking, guy, or are you working? What are you doing? You know, the story of my life. Are you talking, or are you working? Everybody always says that to me. All right. I'm going to go here with this. Bring this in too. All right. There we go. So this is just kind of going along the curve of the front of the ship. Let me bring this out just a hair. It's okay if it overlaps just a bit, because that's actually going to make sense, right? The top part will kind of clamshell in a little over the top. That makes some sense. That's kind of the nature of the beast. All right. I'm happy-esque with the way that it sort of works, so making sure it all fits just along this water line. That's all that's important, really. The rest of this is semi-relevant, but not really. Like, for example, I could probably, and probably should, bring this line down and make it line up more with this line down here. Because this line looks a little bit more like it's dramatic, and I don't have as many lines on the front cockpit piece as I do on the back piece. So there we go. Oh, we have poked way out. Don't do that. There we go. And then we can grab this guy and go. This will pull him out of the hull just a smidge. No matter what, in an Airstream, you don't want things to be, you don't want lips going this way. So we're going to move out of the hull here, move out of the hull here, and move a little bit out of the hull here, so it's not dramatic, but it is definitely more of an Airstream going that way. And maybe no. New York Dublin portal, no. Jackson, did you see the New York Dublin portal? I don't know what that means. They opened a portal between New York and Dublin. It's a Stargate. I love Stargates. I'm going to say for the record that I love Stargates. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, no, that actually, it is sort of a Stargate. I'm making jokes, but no, really, it is kind of a Stargate. Here I am making snarky commentary, but in real life, we're just saying. All right. No, but that is kind of cool. I wonder how many people walk up to it and like wave at people on the other side. I would totally wave at people on the other side. I'd be like, "Yay!" I'm not gonna lie, that'd be cool. All right. There we go. I'm just bringing all of this out. Trying to make it so that it doesn't, have, I don't know, weird shape ish issues. Like I said, think of the airstream. It's like think of the children except for aircraft. Think of the airstream. Keeping the air flowing over the aircraft and appropriately over the aircraft. Think about this specific, the A-15, which is this guy, is that specifically speaking, his purpose is going to be multi-purpose in atmosphere. So that's going to mean that this guy's going to have to make sure he's got a good solid airstream across the front. At least it looks good on paper, as you are saying, looks good on paper. All right. I'm pretty happy with this. This looks pretty good. I'm feeling like that's pretty solid. That forward cockpit piece. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to take this forward cockpit piece here and we're going to duplicate it. Right? Duplicate the object. All right, we're going to bring that duplication up here, and that's going to be the actual cockpit we're working on. We're not there yet. This guy, however, is now going to become a Boolean object. So first of all, I'm going to go back over here and move him way out of the way because I really don't want him involved in any of this problem here. Jorp. Like so. And then we're going to take this. This is going to become a Boolean object. And with the Boolean object, all I really want to worry about right now is this bottom piece and this cut. So for it being a Boolean object, I'm going to transfer it back into full edit mode. And everything forward of that frame, I'm just going to extend all the way out because I'm going to want to blow that all apart. And everything upward of that forward frame, I'm just going to extend all the way up like so. Right? It didn't pan out well. Yeah, all I can think of is that people would just end up like, flashing people in Ireland. Ha ha ha. I exposed my genitals to people in Ireland, because that's what's going to happen because everybody's really secretly 12. I'm not even secretly 12. I am straightforward 12. I know I'm 12. It's all good. That's the first thing I thought of, though, whenever you said that. I'm like, yeah, you know what that means. Yeah, I know what that means. We all know what that means. All right. We have a Boolean object. The other thing I'm going to make sure is I'm just going to make sure that under no circumstances does this get weird in any way. So I want to make sure it cuts through all of it. So I'm going to extend that out that way. So now what we have is effectively this huge wedge that goes right on the front here. And the other thing I want to make sure is that this goes all the way in. Oh, is the other way around? It was people in Ireland. Irish people, cool. I'm just saying. I dig Irish people. They got their sense of humor. I'm good with them. We get along. The funny part is I find any of that to be silly, as you guys all are familiar with my belief systems on everybody's freak out about nudity. It's like that's such a ridiculous thing anyway. It's such a dumb thing to get worked up over. All right. Now I'm going to take the main hull. I'm going to go for a modifier. I'm going to hit this Boolean and I'm going to say difference object U. And what that did was that just chopped a hole in the front of this spacecraft. So we just knocked a hole out. It Blender won't keep it until you hit the go button. So I hit the go button. Now we're good. Now I don't need this piece anymore, except that it didn't hit the go button. Boolean difference, and then say apply. There we go. That's what we need to do. We have to hit the go button and the apply button. So now what we've done is we've cut that front piece so that it fits to this. Yeah, it was funny. I know, because they're Irish. I mean, they're Irish. Irish people are awesome. Okay. Now I'm going to look at the setup here on this front piece, because now we need to kind of carve more of it out so that it fits well to this. So I'm going to go ahead and add a new mesh and a cube. This doesn't belong to anybody. And we're going to go through here. We're going to cut a little bit more out of that, because we're going to have a lip for the front here, which is going to hold the structure pieces that go in for the cockpit so that they can pivot. Because that cockpit's just going to pivot around and go forward if you were to look at it like so. Now that we've got the cockpit, and you see how the cockpit fits nicely right there on top of that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take and go to edit mode. And this is the pivot point of that. So I'm going to take this and I'm going to put it right here, right in the middle of that. So when you take it in object mode and you put it back onto here, we can kind of see what happens, right? You put it in object mode and it'll pivot like so. So then we'll end up with that as our cockpit opening on the front, right? And it went inside here a little bit, so I'm actually not going to do that. I'm going to pivot it around a pivot point probably a little bit further in with these arms that'll stick out. So there'll be these two arms that'll hold it. And then it'll pivot through on that so that it'll move more like this. You know, just kind of come out like that. So I'll pivot that, but we haven't built those arms in, so we'll wait until we get that straightened out. That takes a little bit of fussing. It's going to take us some time to kind of get that straightened out. So it's not a problem. For the moment, I don't have to worry about it. So we're just going to put that back on there. That is exactly what I was trying to avoid, was this right here, which is this weird hull piece that sticks out, but we wouldn't have seen it very well until we got into here anyway. So I guess that's just me. So either I'll lean into this and make this some, hopefully they never connect to Paris. Woo! Parisians, even more entertaining. We can make more Parisian jokes. I'll probably lean into that and say that it's some kind of cooling intake. So I'll move it upward like this and move it out like that. And it'll be some kind of like, and then I'll just put fins on it or something so that it looks like it's part of the intake, a scoop of some sort to pull into the engines, which probably actually does need to happen of some sort. We need to probably have some kind of scoop going into these engines. And look, it's loosening up this pinch in the hull. So actually, I kind of like that. So now we've kind of made, this is lemons to lemonade here. Made our own lemonade out of this because we're going to have some kind of something there because we've got an aerodynamic going straight into it. Right? I need more grills. More grills. I mean, where are you going to cook your barbecue? Ha! Okay, see that no, dad jokes. There's nothing you guys can do. There will always be dad jokes. All right, let's go back into object mode, and then we'll grab this sphere. All right, we're going to go back in, and we're going to kind of cut through the inner hull. So the big thing I want to do, though, is remove this cockpit glass. So forward cockpit glass. The wonderful thing about doing science fiction is it has to look functional, but you don't know how it's constructed. So it can be made of unobtainium. So if you actually look at it and go, well, I don't know, guy, I don't think that thing would actually do what you think it does. Doesn't really matter. It's made of unobtainium. So maybe it will. And you don't know. So, I mean, I try very hard in Bellatrix Rising to stay very true to as much scientifically and engineeringly like a car in front. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's got little air vents now on its side. Try to stay as true as I possibly can in Bellatrix Rising to the concept and the idea that it is somewhat engineeringly sound. Is that a word? Engineeringly? It is now. I have made a new word. I'm like Shakespeare. I'm a menace to the language, just like Shakespeare. Anyway, I've just made myself a menace to my own language. A linguistic menace. All right, so I just need this to be like so, and then we need to kind of look at where we are, because this guy's going to have to move in quite a bit. All right, so this is going to be the inner bed of the cockpit, and I don't see a lot of space right here. I'm going to move that bed in then quite a bit, because you don't need to be up here. What are you doing up here anyway? If you're the pilot, you're not screwing around up here. You don't need to be up here. This is not a spot you need to be in. So for the pilots, I'm not that worried. This is just front of the boat right here. You don't need to be up in this part because your feet will be right here. So you really don't need to be up here. All right, good. We figured that out. Now extend up. Extend. And actually, we need to make this rounded because it's going to be coming through this piece here. Extend, extend, extend. So. And we're going to move this out. Move this like so. Move that like so. Move this back. Move this back. Move this out. There we go. So what we're doing is we're making an inner structure around that. This is the inside of the cockpit. I don't put the actual seat in here because the seats now, I have a cockpit unit, and then that way I don't have to worry about having all that detail inside these fighters when we're just showing them from the outside. But I am going to cut the hole out inside the hull so that we can make a spot for the cockpit if we ever have it in here, which we will. This particular spacecraft, we're going to go to here, then we go here, and then we go here, and then we'll go back to here, and then up onto the wheelbase, and then back past that to there. All right. This particular spacecraft we're going to use for a lot of things. It's not just used for this one job, for this one comic. As you might imagine, I'm going to use it lots, so going ahead and planning ahead on that, knowing that I'm going to use it. We're going around the wheel structure here. We're going to have to go around that wheel structure. This became way too tight. And go around this wheel structure, because that Rio seat is not going to be, you don't want that Rio seat to be, the seat of the Rio is going to have to be like way up here. Ugh. That mess that I just made. Ugh. All of it's like, no, we can't handle it. We're over it. Okay. And I can probably relax this a little bit more by doing that. If you did it to both sides, it would help a whole lot, guy. There we go. So we'll relax this a little bit more by doing this. And then we'll grab this guy here and kind of split the difference between the two. We still have a lot of stressed out. And look at that stress. Ugh. There we go. You're thinking, that's a non sequitur. It's quite the non sequitur, my friend. You're thinking about selling your piano. Okay. I'd buy it. Except A, I already have a piano, and B, you're a long way away. Are you thinking about selling your piano because you don't play it anymore, or are you thinking about selling it because you need the money? Because that's sad if it's two. Oh, maintaining an old piano is hard. Yeah. I have my dad's piano, and I'm not going to ever get rid of it, even though, yeah, it's a pain. And I don't disagree with you. It's definitely a pain. All right. You can see how we're kind of ballooning this out to be inside here. I'm replacing things. You mean on your piano, like replacing keys and stuff? Yeah, I hear that. It depends on, I guess it depends a lot on where you are in the world, I guess. Pianos are expensive things. Just expensive. Useful. They're cool. I like them, but they're expensive. Okay, I'm going to pull this back in the back here because the Rio doesn't need. Might give it to a museum. Oh my God. That's pretty old, actually. All right. So now one of the things we're doing here is we're kind of looking at where this goes. And see, I've got kind of a little bit of room there. I think I probably should give more room. A, the Rio doesn't need that much space. B, we can move this forward and get a little bit more out of it here if we did this. Still stressing that. We don't want to stress that. All right. And then I'll move this forward like so. Is a elderly couple who every day they walk by my door, and I watch them every day. And the man is, I think he's blind, or mostly blind now. And the woman walks with him every day, and every day he yells at her for something. Every day. And I think, A, it's kind of nice dedication on her part. But B, I never want to be like that. I don't want to be the old guy yelling at my wife. And it just seems like, oh, what a horrible thing to be remembered by. You know, horrible way to be remembered. Who wants to remember that? I didn't like Guy. He always yelled at people. Who wants to do that? Why would you yell at people, especially people who are helping you? And she's so sweet. And she just walks him along, and he just yells at her, and she just keeps walking him. He yells at the kids too. There are kids in the park. He'll yell at them. It's like, bro, you really need to stop. You need to give it a rest here. Pull that back in. But I never want to be that way. If I'm ever that way, guys, just put me at the pasture on a nice cold night. It's like, well, we were gonna keep Guy around, but he started yelling at people. I'm like, well, that's the end of that. We don't need him yelling at folks. All right. Moving back on this section here. Got a lot of lip right there, which is fine because we need forward structure going to the front of the spacecraft, right? So I'm okay with that. This is that vent that we've now got open on the one side because we need vents. You were just saying that. I agree with you, Ray. No argument there. So one of the things I do want to do, though, is I want to go on ahead and bring this upper part in. So I'm going to go on ahead and select it while it's not in naked mode, because then I won't have to remember where the heck it goes. Your piano from 49. How embedded, or I guess I trying to think of the way to say this. How much conflict did Mongolia see during the war? Like, is it rare because there was a lot of conflict in that area? I don't remember Mongolia being involved too much. However, I don't live there. You do. So I trust your history far more than I trust mine. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. This guy and this frame right here, these are the ones where they're going to be really talking with a hull. Like, that's going to be kind of that way. Japan had a reconstruction era during that time, which makes everything from 1949 remarkably valuable because Japan was in that reconstruction era. And so anything from 49 in Japan is stupid valuable. Yeah. Which makes sense. But how far north did the Japanese go into China? Did they push into Mongolia? I don't remember. This is a remembering thing. I'm old. I have a hard time remembering stuff now. When the Japanese came down into Manchuria and came over into Manchuria, they came up. They went up all the way up into there. That makes it relatively valuable because you're right. That would be you'd be in a reconstruction era at that point in time too, which would be useful. Makes things valuable. Things are valuable because they're rare, difficult to get a hold of. Okay, I'm going to push this down-ish. What am I doing? I don't know. All of this needs to kind of go down a little. Maybe this. I think what I'm going to actually do is I'm like trying to remember what the heck I was thinking I was going to do. What were you thinking you were going to do, Guy? Oh, I think I know what I'm going to do because this is going to be that second door. So we're going to do this here. and we'll come back up and back like so. And then this is the door, as it needs to be a door. Adorable. It's adorable. All right. And so this is the exit for that door, for that second piece. And this comes in through there. I mean, I don't mean to necessarily... Okay. What was I saying? I don't mean to be telling you to sell your stuff. Certainly. Do what you need to do. Absolutely. However, I could see that the... There we go. So if you're wondering what I'm doing, I'm trying to come in and back out again on this piece. So this piece will start to be, it's going to extend out, and there will be a second piece here, which is what we're kind of building towards. But I'm building the internal pieces here and then straightening them out. Like this guy needs to be really straightened out, because this is internally, we kind of want this to cut through the back here and then come over like this. See, and so there'll be a second cockpit back here. You might throw it out. Oh, I don't know. Maybe. That seems sad too. But I mean, you do what you have to do in life. Sometimes you just gotta throw stuff out. My stomach has just alerted me that it's lunchtime. The reason I'm out, actually, by the way, if you guys are wondering why I'm broadcasting at 1:38 in the afternoon, somehow I have messed up my entire sleep schedule. And now I'm going to sleep at like 5 a.m. and waking up at noon. And I don't know what's going on or why I did that, except that I'm no longer, I'm out of school. And so I'm like, wee, I'm out of school. And so because of that, apparently I'm just thinking I can do whatever the heck I want. It is lunchtime. Hey, Donald, good to see you, my brother. How you doing? All right, we got I think, okay. What am I doing? Does anybody even know? Anybody know what we're doing? I don't think anybody knows what we're doing. I don't think I know what I'm doing. Let me move this forward. And I'll move all of this backward. I'll move this backward. And this is what we're really doing. All right, moving this backward. And moving this. Because ultimately, this is that second cockpit for the Rio. And I'm probably just going to expand outward across this piece and come back out of the side of the spacecraft here and just make this all one unit that goes through here and then cut it. And then we'll have this small section in between here, and then we'll have a cockpit forward, and we'll have the forward cockpit that comes forward and just goes forward. Alfredo. I don't have any Alfredo ingredients either. But it does sound good, doesn't it? Meh. Going in here, we're going to select faces. And the faces we will select will be you and you, you and you, right? And I think that's all I need to worry about necessarily. I think those are all the ones that we're going to do. So we're going to go this way, and then this way, and then we're going to say extrude, and we're going to extrude that way. There we go. Now we can discuss where the Rio's cockpit comes out, right? Because now that's a useful thing. We'll go back into pointillism mode and grab just this one and this one. You move those forward. We'll move that one backward. All right. I don't think it really matters, this one, but we'll move it backward anyway. Puddle jumpers, yeah. Oh man, the puddle jumpers are cool. You're not going to get a disagreement out of me on that one. I mean, you won't get a disagreement out of me on pretty much any spacecraft, though, Donald. I mean, any spacecraft, aircraft. There's the reason I write the comic I write. I'm just saying. It was actually funny. We were at Casa Bonita, and I was fawning over the little three-wheeler. Like, that three-wheeler is so cute. And everybody was like, why are you fawning over that three-wheeler? It's just adorable. Like, leave me alone. The three-wheeler was so adorable. All right. Now what we need to do is, I see the inside of this cockpit kind of coming out like that. And if I'm going to make that lip do that lip thing, I need to make sure that this thing does this thing. Because you don't want it to come out like so. Get out. Out. Get out. All right. Get out. There we go. I'm just trying to get this straight. I don't know where the hell I'm going with this. Oh, that's what I'm looking for. I'm like, what's the structure that I want here? I think it actually is this structure. Now let's look at it with this. There we go. So that's giving us that lip that we want coming backward for the... Yep. I do need to be cognizant and aware that that structure is going to have to be braced, so flat is better. Because when we're done with this, it can't have that. See how it's got that little bit of an angle there? We're going to have to go back through and pull it back, because the back cockpit's going to have to seat. So it's going to slide forward and seat in. But we're not ready for that yet. And I think really it'll be easier to deal with that once I've cut it. So we'll do that after we cut the Boolean. So at the moment, what we're doing here is this. We're leaving a small strip along here between the forward cockpit and the after cockpit. The after cockpit's going to actually go across this piece here, but I'm not going to mess with that right now because I can just move it. Once it's cut, I'm just going to have this thing sitting above it. So that's not going to be that big of a deal. So what I'm going to do now is go in here. And the next thing is I do want to make this structure a little bit more sturdy. So I'm going to bring that down like so. We really probably ought to bring this all the way back like so that it doesn't have triangles. And the fewer triangles, the better. Nobody designs spacecraft with a bunch of intentional triangles on it. It's great for 3D, not so great for, everything else. So the fewer triangles before I make this cut, the better. bring that back there like so. And then I'll move these guys up. So, well, no, it should align with this line here. Who knew that engineering was so complicated? Engineers knew that it was so complicated. But realistically, engineers knew. All right, we could probably bring this all the way down to here and then bring you down to match. And then that way it's on this line. And that makes it look also a little bit more, I mean, it's cleaner. That makes this structure through here that we're about to cut through. See how straight it is now? It looks more like what it would actually be in the real world of a spacecraft. You know, this cut looks more like that. I actually kind of think I want to move this guy even in a little so that there's not a weak spot there. So we'll take you and your counterpart wherever the heck your counterpart is. I think your counterpart is here. Yeah, that's it. We'll move you after, put you more after the spacecraft. Oh, and that actually probably also means this butt piece right here. The butt. We'll move it in. And this piece probably even more. Which then makes this piece rounded. Darts, Battlestar Vipers. Even if Vipers aren't faster, they sure do look like they're faster. I mean, no matter what, you cannot knock BSG's Vipers for just the sheer, it feels like it gets the job done effect. You know what I mean? Like, those Vipers feel like they're going to do it. Whatever you need that Viper to do, it's going to do it. And it will do it in a style that'll make people feel really, really bad that they tried to fight that Viper. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like Vipers are Vipers, man. They are something else. I really do. But I mean, I'm also, right? The Vipers are just, oh, they're so pretty. I know. You guys are shocked to find out that I have an affinity for Vipers. Shocked, I tell you. Shocked. So the problem is until this is cut, I'm never going to get that 90-degree angle. So I'm going to make sure that this is as nice as I can get it before I make that cut. Once I get that, right? I mean, like those, you didn't want to get into a mess with the Vipers. You really didn't want to get into a mess with a Viper. Okay. That guy goes there. Oh, probably ought to really go here because that puts him out on this side. See when you do Booleans, they don't like this shape. Booleans really don't like that shape right there, which is all right because that messes with the math. And hey, as someone who also has problems with math, I respect that Boolean. Question really is, should it be there? I think it should. The thing is, we're in a weird angle back here. This is a strange section of the spacecraft because that doesn't match. There, that matches. That's what it should be. And then we'll pull it forward. What is going on with your... Yes. There's nothing. You'll never, ever, ever get me to not think that a VF1A or a VF1S with a fast pack, yeah, you can't beat a VF1S with a fast pack. even a Viper versus a VF1S with a fast pack. That's not even a contest. There we go. I'll just pull all of that back into one unit. There we go. And that will cut through at the juncture point there, and then I'll get a half cut through the middle. And this should be down here in this juncture point too, people. I should be on that. Bring it up. Bring it up. There we go. So we want it on the seam if I can. Either you're on the seam or you work really hard to make it look like you meant to do that. Right. And it looks like we're going to be on the latter of this plan, because the opposite side of this guy is here, and he's not wanting to cooperate. There we go. That's much nicer. Oh, yeah. I mean, that's the thing. I hate to say this, but there's a reason why I've got legs on this guy, right? For that very reason. Macross has shown me, beyond all shadow of a doubt, that pulling the lever and turning it sideways so that the legs come forward and then thrust completely forward and then pivot you around on those fast packs and then turn you forward, or so that turn you towards the enemy, is remarkably effective. And I will never not love Macross for all kinds of awesome, and that is some serious awesome. And I don't even hide the fact that I am completely influenced by Macross on this. Not even pretending to hide on that one, and not even pretending. All right. Okay. I feel like come forward here. Here's that forward brace. We're going to cut that brace through here whenever we get this cut. We're going to go back here to the back side and pull it forward for that the Rio seat. So I think that our Boolean cutter is ready to go. So we'll take this, add modifier Boolean, difference, subtract U. Then apply. Then we take the Boolean cutter and remove it. And now we have that. That is the internal piece of the cockpit, or at least the bowl where the cockpit will be. The forward pilot seat sits here with a Rio sitting back here, more on top of this landing gear box, but still back here. Right. And then I'm going to take this piece here. We're going to go into edit mode, and we're going to take this guy and just pull him back. We should put him in naked mode, though, first before you do that. There we go. There we go. And we're just going to pull him back to here. Not for this particular guy, although that's not a bad idea. The MPV has a multi-point on the back hull, so it's got a maser port going out the back. This guy doesn't necessarily, but that's not, like I said, this guy's primary purpose is going to be more like search and rescue and stuff. So he doesn't really need that. He needs more search and rescue sort of esque materials, because it's more of a SAR. That's more of his job. So I'll pull this in and down and over and grab that. And I don't think I need to grab too much, but I'm going to pull this over like so. There we go. This is the A-15, which is for search and rescue. In this instance, we're going to be using it in the story as one of the search and rescue spacecraft sent out by Moment. That's what this guy's cutting torch laser, like, just shoot at you somewhat. All right. So if you're wondering now, let's take a look at it from this point of view. We'll take you and we'll mirror it. And what you'll get is, you see how it's open there? The Rio cockpit piece is going to slide up and back, and it's going to cover this section through here. And then the front glass will close on the front piece. Grappling hooks. It might have grappling hooks. We've got a hard point at this point right here where we could put something like that. But we also have 4 hard points on the wings. So we can do all kinds of stuff with wing operation as well, because there's hard points out there for it. Yeah, I'm starting to like it. It's getting there. We're getting there. I feel like we're getting there. No, because there's no transporters, sadly. I had to choose my concessions. You know what I mean? Like, I wanted to take things from Star Trek, but if you have transporters, yeah, pretty much end up with transporters. You know what I mean? Like, it's Star Trek once you have transporters. So my choice for concessions, just making sure this is good, still looks fine. It still looks fine. It looks a little weird because the nose isn't on there, and I think that's part of it. I'm like, why doesn't this look right? And so my concession was, there we go, we'll do that. Put that nose back on there so that it doesn't look so weird. There we go, because there we go. That's what we want. Yeah, it looks much better with that nose. So I had to choose my battles, so to speak. And the battles that I chose were that we have uh, replicators. Yeah. Well, what you do is you put the grapplers on the wing hardpoints, and then they drop down, grab you, and then pull you back up onto the hardpoints. Once you're on the hardpoints, then you can connect to the ship's life support. And there's that landing gear bay. That should be fine once we get this figured out. It should be okay. The next thing we need to do is open up this vent right here. Look at how wild that is. All right, let's not do that, because if we do that, if we commit to that, we'll be regretting our life choices. All right, next thing's next. Let's pull it this way. Go into naked mode. Edit. Object. Edit. By vertice. And now we got to pull this guy back. In fact, this whole structure needs to come back. Just come forward. Forward. Needs to come forward. So it's not this piece that needs to move. It's this top piece that needs to move. This piece needs to move back. There we go. And then that way we have a lip, so that when that top cockpit piece rolls back, it can roll back easily. Ugh. That's because you need to move up. There we go. Move this all back. And then this guy doesn't need to be that ridiculous anymore. I mean, it doesn't need to be that nice inside there. I mean, it's just the inside lip of this, of the Rio seat, right? The thing that's bothering me is this triangle right here. I'm not liking the feel of it. It feels weird. So I'm gonna move this guy back a little bit. Ah, don't do that. That's when things get, see how it's cranking out there? I'm confused. We can't go past the line of this without freaking out everything. It really gets confused once you do that. And to make it so that this doesn't get really mad, I'm going to lift it up and move it back a little bit more. See, that's relaxing this panel here. We want it to relax. Relax. There we go. That looks a whole lot better. Yeah. All right. The next thing I'm going to do is make the runner for the back door, or for the Rio cockpit. I guess I don't need to make a runner. I just need to make a pivot. I think I just need to make a pivot. And I think really that's all we're going to have is a pivot. So, because it would be cool for it to come up and slide back. That'd look neat. But the truth is that front cockpit glass is already going to be leaning so far forward that doing this isn't going to save you any space. It might as well do this. Because that nose glass is going to slide forward and it's going to be standing way up here anyway. So there's no real reason to make this less glassy, so to speak. And besides, it's going to take up more of my hardware space back here, which I'm going to need for other things. So you have to do that somewhere along the line anyway. So here we go. Okay, so what we're going to do instead is we're going to cut through this front piece here. So we're going to go back into object mode, select nothing, add a mesh, a cube. This isn't going to be hard because all we need to do, I said that, and you know that I just jinxed myself to whatever doom I'm going to doom. All right, so I'm going to go in here and then go to the top. In there. And let's just make sure that we want to go back far enough that it looks like it's some other piece of the spacecraft. So we'll go back here past this pivot point, because then it looks like, I do too. I like the way that moved as well. Now, knowing that I don't really need it to be taller than the interior piece of the cockpit, I'm going to do this and bring it down just enough that it's the other side of this, but it's not going to go into the actual Rio space that much, just by the nature of things. So we'll take you and Boolean difference Zorch U, and then apply. And then we take this out, and now what we have the pivot piece opening for the Rio's cockpit glass, which will pop forward, and it just needs to lift forward like that. It should be fine. That should be okay. Now that up there is the original. That's going to be the glass for the cockpit internal. And really what I should do is just take it, duplicate it, shrink it, put it on the inside, and then cut it out of itself. And then that way it'll be exactly the same on both sides. That's actually probably the best option. The next thing we need to do, though, let's just do that. Let's duplicate this. We've already duplicated it once, so let's duplicate it again. Duplicate the objects. And we'll just go inside like so. And we'll go like to about there. And we'll go forward. And do. And then we'll go. And that'll cut like that on the inside and make it effectively the same thing on the inside, but glassier. That's a technical term, people. Glassier. Don't think that I'm not saying that these are technical terms. These are technical. Technical. All right. The next thing I'm going to do, though, is unfortunately, we don't want the glassier to be glassier in the front there. So we're going to go into edit mode. And we're going to cut. What am I doing? Does anybody know? No. Nobody knows what you're doing. You don't know what you're doing. All right. I do know that I'm going to want this to be inside that shell. So we're going to make that go like that. We're going to go like so to grab fewer things. We'll come up like so. And so all I'm trying to do is just get into transparent aluminum. You know, you're not wrong. It's probably unobtainium. It is probably not, in fact, some kind of glass in the front there. I mean, even modern day warship or war aircraft today don't have just standard glass in the front anymore. And for good reason. I mean, who wants that? Nobody wants that. All right, push this back. And this way, when it cuts into here, it's going to industrial liquid quartz. Yeah, I agree. So if we're cutting into it, though, right, we got kind of this inner unit sort of rig kind of going for it. But I don't like the way this looks right here, so we're going to have to kind of go. In fact, I kind of don't like the way it looks in the front here at all. Because this is like that front piece, so it really should be kind of more. We are going to be looking through this to try to see outside. At least this should be somewhat nice and straightened out and not weird. Says me with my weird spaceships. They're always weird. Everything's weird. All right. Move that forward. So there. Industrial liquid quartz, though. It does sound good. All right. That should make that a little bit nicer in there. I don't know what that looks like inside, though. Probably it's a mess, and I'm probably going to regret my life choices once I cut this out. Already can tell that I'm going to regret my life choices once I cut this out. All right, whatever. Okay, next, we're going to have to take the bottom faces here and cut them free. Yeah? No? Maybe so? I don't know. No, because that entire piece up front just slides forward. So we actually don't want to cut any of that freer than it already is, because all of this has to seal up that front piece of the. Oh, yeah, maybe. Maybe. All right. So what I am going to do is this. We're going to go this side, and we're going to let this be reinforced down here, because we really do need to have this reinforced, because this is not there. First of all, you can't see through this piece of the spacecraft anyway. You're going to have to use artificial vision to see through here anyway. Second of all, this has got to be that hinge. We've got to have a hinge through here so that it can pivot forward. That's this entire unit right here. I don't even know why I am fighting with this. This should just be flat, like so. I'm sitting here struggling with this, and I'm like, it's not struggle. This is flat, flat unit right here. All of this is flat because this is going to end up being that pivot that's going to pull out, and so that it's just going to pull the pivot's going to pull forward so that the cockpit is going to open. I don't even know why I'm fighting with this. I'm sitting here struggling with this. I'm like, there's no struggle. This is all, you can't see through it. Pilot can't see through it at all. So there's no point. I don't know why I'm struggling with this at all. I mean, the best vision you've got is this, but this entire piece down here is going to have to be part of that structure that holds forward so that the cockpit can clunk and open forward. All right. Now that I've said, why was I making my life more complicated? Yep. Oh, yeah. Definitely has lights. There we go. All right. Now I think I'm ready to cut this. So we'll go into object mode, U. Same thing as before. We hit the Boolean function, difference, U, and then just cut it out. And then apply. And we throw this piece away. We don't need this piece. And now we have a forward cockpit, which that works. And now we need to do the assembly piece in the front so that we can make this work. So we'll go forward, go in naked, or not go into select, edit mode. First of all, it needs to move just a little smidge this way. And then we'll say extrude, and we'll move that there, because what I need to do is grab these faces here and pull them inward. But I really only need one face. That's you. I need you for a minute, but just a second, because that's the hinge. But the hinge doesn't need to be, I'm actually extruded a couple more times so that it's got the hingy effect for it. If it was made of stone, it'd be a stone hinge. All right, actually, no. I'm not going to do that because we don't want to grab this piece at all. In fact, we're only going to extrude from here. And we'll go back out for that hinge, like so. And then from the top, people, we're going to go through and grab the points that form this hinge, which is going to be kind of difficult at this point because we need a weird angle for it, but we'll get it. And what was I doing? Oh yeah, I know what I'm doing. Oh no, I really know what I'm doing. No, really, I know what I'm doing. I'm not crazy. I'm not insane. Okay, I'm gonna grab this, and really, what I need to do is only grab one side, like so, and up like so, and across like this. And the point is that we will take these pieces right here, and they will go backwards. Except I didn't expect you, but that's all right. No one expects the Spanish Inquisition. You know how that goes. And all of these pieces then will move. We'll move them into the front piece here and then cut out a similar unit, but not yet. So with this, we move this up and into here. And we're going to move these guys up all of this goes up and forward like so. And these guys come down, forward, like so. And while we're here, we'll add another point for that hinge, extrude, and you go up, and you guys all go back. And so what we're doing here is we're putting a hinge, because they were censored. Ha 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 ha. That was a very sensitive joke that you just said there, Donald. Oh, man. All right. So there's not a lot of space up here for this front piece to have that hinge kind of coming around. So we're going to also make sure that it's absolutely flat for that piece, because this piece now needs to be up against and flush against the actual hull. We are going to pivot around it though. So yeah, it's gonna fold into the. I'll show you. Hang on, I'll show you how this works. Because right now the pivot point on it's there, and it really needs to be right in the center of that, like so. So if we do this correctly, if this works, which I can't imagine it working on the first try, but anything is possible. So, who knows, right? You have this sitting like so, right? And then we'll go back into normal mode, right? You got that. We went all the way up there. We got this sitting like so. Here's the interior of this cockpit. Now you've got the interior space, and you can actually see what's going on inside there. But then when we want to deploy the cockpit piece, we can roll it forward, and it'll just hinge out on that hinge. See, like so. And oh my God, it actually sort of worked on the first try. But that's what it looks like when deployed, right? And I'm actually rather stunned that it did what it was supposed to do on its first try. I hadn't even really worked hard on this yet. So there you go. My engineering is somewhat useful right off the bat. But that piece then goes forward. The pilot then can get out on either side or whatever they need to do. And then the Rios, I haven't put the Rios in yet, but the Rios will hinge upward like that when it's done. So there we go. Anyway, I'm astonished that that worked like it was supposed to. There we go. And then it's closed. And now all we have to do is just make the shell. Yeah. It looks like we should just check the oil on the thing, and just, get ready to. But you'll be able to see, I mean, that's a very unique setup for the front of the ship. So A-15s will look very unique sitting on the flight deck, prepped, because unlike the cockpit on the Sabre, the cockpit on the Sabre is more traditional, and it just hinges upward. The whole cockpit piece hinges upward. On the A-15, you've got these dual cockpit windows, which are going to kind of do this number and open. So on the flight deck, the A-15s will look significantly different. I mean, not like the rest of the A-15 doesn't look significantly different. It's got winglets and stuff, and that engine pod on the back is a much It's got a much more profound engine. Right, might keep a rope ladder. It's not that far off the ground when it's I mean, unless its legs are deployed. When its legs are deployed, you got like 30 feet to the ground. But if it's just sitting on wheels, there I actually was going to have a side ladder that or a side door that settles in or comes down between the Rio and the cockpit. So, all right. Now we need to put in the Rio's cockpit because this guy's front. Well, let's finish the hinge. Otherwise, you're never going to finish the hinge. You'll be like, why didn't I finish this hinge? Because that's what you do, guy. These are the things you do to yourself to go, why did I make my life this complicated? It doesn't need to be this complicated. Yeah, if the legs get stuck, you usually just eject at that point. Well, I don't guess you don't have to eject, but like, well, I guess guess we're kind of in bad shape now. We need to we need to be ejected. We need to be rescued. The rescue ship needs to be rescued. Can you come rescue the rescue ship, please? Yeah, I'm sure it's remarkably embarrassing for them. Could you not rescue the rescue ship? You can get a sea stallion that goes down in the water, and they're like, "Well, we got to go rescue the rescue ship." Oh, we definitely were having problems with the. It did not like. Wow, what the heck? What are you doing that for, goofball? Oh, good heavens! I don't know what it decided to do on that one, but it did decide to do something, didn't it? Woo, doggy. All right. Let's try this a different way. Let's not try it that way. Whatever I did, don't ever do that again. All right. This hinge can't be bigger than the front piece here. And probably should be tapered inward, like so. It would be a funny side story. I mean, the greatest part about this is we've got a lot of room for side stories. You know what I mean? Like, there is a lot of space in here for what? It's Bob and Tim. They got themselves stuck out there again. You know, okay, now what we're doing here. So I need these to go the other direction. I need these to go the other direction because it's not going to open that way. Oh, maybe it will. Maybe it'll be fine. All right, now we are only going this way, people. Jeez. All right. Like, that shouldn't be this hard. Okay. See, it did it again. Why is it going all three directions? It shouldn't be doing that. Yeah, I'll just use the I won't use the widget to control this, right? Yeah, there we go. That is so weird. Shouldn't be getting that response out of this. All right. This face is going to have to be fixed. So we're going to go on ahead and fix it by triangulifying it. So we're going to do that. We're going to do what we call triangulate. And that's just going to take the whole critter here and put triangles in them. So we get rid of all the fours and go down to threes. There we go. That should make this a little bit easier to deal with. because we've got a weird function going through there, and I don't want to mess with it anymore. There. Uh-huh. Why are you acting like this again? There's a ghost thing going on here. I don't even know what that's about, but I can see another face in here. I don't know where that face is coming from. Shouldn't be a face in here, but there is. I can see it on both of these too, because I can see it here. It's like this ghost face doesn't need to be here. There's no vertice. You guys have got no vertice there. That's not a face. Weird. Okay, see, that's not a face. That face needs to stop being a face. That's not a face. You can't do that. Ugh. So weird. You and you and you. You're a face. There we go. Your mom's a face. All right. I made a mom joke. I know. You guys are shocked about that one too. Face. And face. There we go. Is there a face on that wall? No. No. That's not a. Jesus, that's not a face. See, I think it's just that triangulate function did not do what it was supposed to do. Take that face out. And then we'll go back into here. It was a weird triangulate. It didn't do what it was supposed to do. Put that face in. Grab here. And put that face in. Thus completing the structure with no more weird ghost faces. Because that was strange. All right. The next thing I'm going to need to do is the reciprocating piece on the hull. Yeah, I need to go figure out food too. I'll see you later, my friend. Good to see you. Always good to see you. I need to put this reciprocating piece on this hull. I'm not going to worry about it. I may go get food first. I may figure out my food problem. My stomach has been sort of slightly saying, it's time for food for the last couple hours. But I'm all like hyper focused. And I want to straighten this out. See, there's ghost faces on that too. Damn it. What's the point of using triangulate if you're not going to actually do your job? These freaking ghost faces. Yeah. I think the other thing we need to do is make sure that the cockpit is exactly lined up. It doesn't help us any if we make it all assembled and we don't assemble it to its lineup point. It'd be stupid. Right? So clink, clink. There we go. Hey, some user, how you doing, my friend? Been a while. Up we go, down we go, up we go. I don't even know what the heck we're doing here. Retopology. I don't know what that is. You're making a joke, though, I assume. So I feel kind of bad not being able to acknowledge your joke. Okay, pivot point. All of that's around that pivot point. We really actually need to make sure it's against the pivot point. There we go. Now what? Object mode. Press it back so that's against the hull. Again. Oh, yeah? Really? That's weird. I mean, that's not that weird, I guess. I've seen Microsoft do dumber things, so I shouldn't be shocked. I keep thinking I'm shocked by these things, and I'm never shocked by these things. I mean, really. Now I'm realizing I may have made another tactical error because this assembly may not actually junk go there. It's really this part of the assembly I'm worried about right here, because this is not going to. It's not gonna. It's gonna really. We need to do something about this. It's gonna be more like that. So just go like this and then do this because it's. The problem is, and this is going to be our issue, is why are you doing that? That is so weird. Jeez Louise, that's strange. I'm using the. They'll stop updating Windows 10. Huh? Oh, yeah. Okay, never mind. I actually know what you're talking about. I understand. I mean, I don't agree with it necessarily, but at least I understand it. Blender's, yeah, all of a sudden, Blender's doing this weird thing. If I grab the triangle, or the square, which should only move along these axes, it's not. It's giving it all three axes a move. So it's doing this. In fact, it did it down here because I didn't even notice. So nice. I don't even know what these guys are. That's the problem, is that I can't, once they've moved, I don't know where their original position was. But it's giving it an X coordinate, or it's giving it a coordinate it should not have. It's giving it an X coordinate it should not have. Oh, probably. That's probably exactly what's happened. Is I've probably gotten some stupid thing that I've done to myself because I'm horrible and don't notice these things. So that's probably exactly what occurred, as I've changed my pivot point, which it's not helping anything. That's all right. That's all right. We'll get there. We'll get there. Edit mode. Select all of this. Oh, period. Three cursor. Pivot around the 3D cursor. Medium point, active element, bounding box center. Yeah, well, we want that. Individual origins. 3D cursor. The default is global. From where? Which one should be global? I'm glad I got you here, some user. Thank you. Pivot mode, because I've got one, two, three, four, five different options here. Might be in the other menu. That's this menu. Oh, there we are. It says default global transform orientation. It sets. It's. I guess it's set for global. Normals. Oh, this is useful. Well, I'm glad that you've been here for this, for my friend. I'm. Either way, we kind of. Oh, that didn't help me any. No, the stupid thing's way out there. What if I don't want it out there? I want it in global. What if I want it on local? Right. No, it's local. Ha ha. Except that it's still way out here. I don't want it to be way out here. That's a pesty thing. Okay. Oh, Bounding Buck Center. I see what I'm talking about. There we go. Probably make this also global. There we go. I'm going to move all of this out here because the pivot point needs to be dead center on this. And we need to make it. There we go. There we go. All right. We'll come back in here. We'll just dink with some of these guys until they're back to where they're supposed to be. There we go. And then these guys should be able to come down without being bizarre. That's what I want. Looking inside here, I should be able to see most of that box makes some sense now. Except for this doesn't make any sense. That's fine. What the heck happened here? Okay, I've lost one. What have I lost? Where did that guy go? I've reached. You can snap to the point if you hold and Shift S. Okay, cool. I just lost a point somewhere. There's. Okay, how did I? Where is it? Oh, here. Jeez, what a mess. There we go. All right. Now we make a box that effectively does this so that it can do its thing. Right? All right. All right. We're good. We're good. Good. We're good. We're good. All right. But first things first. Now that we've got everything settled in where it's supposed to be on this front piece of glass, go to object mode, go back into here, and adjust this a little bit because they don't need to know how this works. Nobody in the cockpit needs to. No. It's totally fine, some user. You're doing great. I'm glad to have you. Well, I mean, I'm always glad to have you, but I'm glad you could help me on this one. You know what I mean? Like that, the extra help is definitely appreciated. Sometimes I just need a little help, because I'm getting old here. I may have been 3D modeling most of my life, but that doesn't necessarily mean I'm good at it. All right. There we go. So the idea is that this forward container box, it's just a box. It doesn't need to. It's holding this hinge. The hinge just needs to be in there somewhere. Doing its hingy goodness. goody hingy goodness thing. Go, whatever. All right. And this is the front of the cockpit proper spot, which I can actually, again, do this. Angle it in to make it a bathtub. Gazoomy. So kind of going in here, making this a hingy bathtub because it just needs to cover this hinge. All right. And now I'm going to make the box to cut the boolean out so that this hinge works in its hinginess. Hinge. I like hinge. It's like a stone hinge. What is a hinge? I mean, really, people. Just saying. We have a stone hinge. I don't even know. Hinge. All right. I mean, did they have a wood hinge? I guess they did. Is a wood hinge still a hinge? These things are all important questions to ask. All right. Pivoting that forward, it does not need to pivot forward more than. I don't need to. You don't need to make the magic look good. It just needs to look good enough to do the job. All right, so take this, shrink it down to here, and this, bring it up to there. Like I said, doesn't need to. We don't need to know how the soup's made. So let's go through here like so. Right? It all hinges on these questions. Oh man, some user, that's a good dad joke. So many questions hinge on this one question. What is a hinge? I think we are way too easily entertained, some user. We are way too easily entertained, my friend. So many of these things are just funny, and we just accept it as funny, and we know we're weird, and we regret nothing. All right, extruding out so that I can make this pivot, and then I'm only going to extrude a little bit because we don't need to make the soup. We don't need to know how the soup's made. Just enough to clear that pivot, and we'll come back here and go up forward like that, and then that's it. When I say we don't need to know how the soup's made. What I'm really saying is that we don't need to make this so detailed that it covers all of this because it's not important. It just needs to be enough that it looks acceptable in the comic when it's sitting out there with the hinge, when the cockpit hinged open, enough that if I've got a character sitting on the edge of this fighter going blah 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 blah, it doesn't look weird to have that forward piece. But it's still a hinge, so it doesn't need to be super complicated, but it does still need to look somewhat right. So we're going to go ahead and do this and then this. All right. It's not easy being cheesy. Now I'm going to be craving Cheetos all day long. I don't feel like that's within the box. Though, so we'll put this forward so that that's in the box. We'll also raise it up. Because no matter what, this forward hinge, now I'm not happy with this hinge. I'm not, it's not the hinge that I'm actually having a problem with, it's this box container on the bottom. It's easy fix. Extrude. There. Just pull that out. I don't have to worry about it. And then that way, we can take this and move it inward, outward. What is it? Where is that hinge coming in? Oh, hinge comes in there. Okay, so here. That's what we want. And then I can take this piece right here and move it up till it matches the orientation, and then that one matches that orientation, so that when it's there. Well, I guess it makes sense that it would have to be sort of a tight spot. I mean, we've got to seal it, otherwise the people in the cockpit are going to all of a sudden suffocate because there's a big hole in the front of the ship. Who wants a hole in the front of their ship? People don't generally like holes in the front of their ship. I'm just saying. They get all mad. You know, a hole in front of our ship. Like, come on, people. Don't be so crabby. Get over it. Just, learn to not breathe or something. Whiners. All right. All right. There we go. I think that should cut a hole that will match ish. It doesn't match under here at all. All right. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's why we've got this. That's why we check these things. Match. Yeah. I don't like that at all. Match there. Okay. Ugh. I'm so confused now. Turned around. And you probably are going to have to be reassigned back like so. It makes more sense. It's interesting that that's the angle it's got to be at to kind of cut through the hull in a straight way. Right? Because like under here, it's not straight at all through that entire section. But that makes sense. The hull is at a weird angle. So it shouldn't be straight. It's going to be kind of crooked so that in the end it cuts through the hull correctly. Otherwise you'd be like, well, that didn't make any sense. All right. Take you. Go for a Boolean. Difference. Cut from you. Apply. Remove. And now we have a piece in the front that when this is open, let's see if this works. Chunk. Looks just like it's supposed to look like, which is a hinge in that front of the ship. Which actually worked much better than I expected it to. And let's see. And we're going to have some cut right there. It looks like we're going to have to cut in a little to make that work, but it's not bad. And I don't think that hinge has to be that wide necessarily once we're completely done with this, but it doesn't really matter because the pilots cannot see the inside of that anyway from down there. No. This is these guys. So it's the ships that are on pages 12 and 13, 14 and 15 and 16. That's these guys. But I've been kind of trying to get these guys to straighten out and fly right. I like that joke, straighten out and fly right. See, I think it's funny. So, yeah, forward hinge on this, though, needs to be kind of hingy. So, so that it works. So there you go. Okay, forward hinge is complete. Now I think I can take this guy and add the modifier mirror on him. Make that clipping so it stops clipping. Stop clipping, weirdo. And then go through here, make sure it's not clipping. Yep. And then apply. There we go. So now that, whoop, now that actually has a full forward piece that sits forward. And when it rolls back, it clips down on it. Oh, we didn't fix a part, did we? Dang it. Let's see if that still holds, though. It might be fine. Oh, yeah. See, we don't have to worry that much about it. Usually, you want these to be divoted a little because no matter what, a hinge will try to push a little. But I don't think I don't think it needs to be that pushy. Like here is fine. I think it'll be fine. I also think this needs to be more like that. But yeah, I think it should be okay if we have this come down to here and just roll this forward a little on this part of the hull. Should be okay. We'll do that. We'll go in here and we'll do edit mode. What we'll do is we'll bring this forward like so. And just start bringing this until it meets. There. And I'll just take this piece here and we'll just move it all forward. Like that. Move this backward. No reason to make this complicated. All of these should be frame lines anyway. There we go. And then that way they all should relatively mate up ish, give or take. And this, then when we're in object mode, this guy should, yeah. So that's great because the hinge makes it slide completely forward, so it can that gives maximum visibility back here, which is really what you're after. You want the pilot to be able to turn his or her head and be able to see in either direction there. So the whole point of this is to do that. And then that way it comes forward and it's just out of the way, which works. That works. All right. We've done this piece. That front hinge piece is done. I'm almost ready to do, we need to do the Rio's windshield. And then we'll be ready to go. Clink, clink. There we go. We need this Rio piece, which that's just object mode. Add mesh plane. Yes. And it's no, why did I hit plane? It's not, I mean, it is a plane. Add mesh cube. I have considered that, and it is something that Brent wants to do very badly. Well, I mean, I actually think Brent wants to do it very goodly. He wants to do a good job because he's Brent and he does these things well. But yeah, Brent is into the idea of making a 3D models of these printable 3D models. Very much into that idea. And we'll go here all the way to there. And we'll go into here, all the way back to here, all the way back here. And we will come come up all the way here. We'll go over a little like so. Nope, go into naked mode. You forgot naked mode. Naked mode. Gotta put it in naked mode, otherwise, you will lose all kinds of stuff. There we go. Okay, so my print, I used to have a printer, and then I gave it to a buddy of mine's kid because the kid was going to do it more. And the kid has not actually done as much printing as I expected the kid to do, but not my problem, really, I guess. Technically speaking, not my monkeys, not my circus, but this has got to go all the way back to there. I'm glad you looked at it this way. All right, looking at it this way. So, but I have considered the idea of printing these guys as well. I just haven't gotten to it yet. I mean, I've considered it though. All the way forward and down to match the shape of the hull. There we go. So that's that. That's the back part of the support. Sideways. Take you all the way forward. Then we will go all the way out to here, because that Rio cockpit doesn't do much except that. And then comes up like so. It was a resin. I had a resin printer. And I still like, technically it's still my resin printer. It hasn't changed. I just, All right. So from the side, the cockpit goes all the way forward and connects itself nicely to this front piece, where we then will do, what are we doing here? This ish. Here we go. All right. Now, from the top, people. All right. I'm going to grab you and you two, and we're going to extrude this way until we touch there. And that goes to that piece there, but not much further. Then we only grab you guys and we extrude out to here, and then here, and here, and then here, and then here, maybe. We don't know. Anything could happen at this point. All right. There we go. Maybe. So, doesn't look like I needed to actually extrude that many pieces that way. So the first thing I'm going to do is go through the top and salvage some of these. So you guys will go like that, because I know I'm going to need more of those guys as I come along the top. So I'll go along the top and go like so. And that back piece is going to need to come into, there's an awful lot of these. I'm trying to figure out where those align. And that may not have been it. We'll see. Bork. All right. Yep, there we go. So that's where that aligns to that juncture right there. All's good. Go to the front, and then we'll try to align these in so they make some sense on this side. Ish. I got to get my bearings. The hard part is we've got those back engines now, so it's going to be difficult to see where we're aligning on that. And this is going to pivot in now. Ugh, made a mess of this stuff. All right. So this guy's got to pivot in as well. But now I'm going to make sure we do that so the outside one's also aligned. All right. And so what we've got here is we've got the first piece of this Rio cockpit piece in. The second piece looks like it needs to go in. We could probably just go on ahead and just continue the operation here and just continue around. So what I'll do is this. Take this guy and this guy and move him this way. Move him this way. Then all of these guys, which should be in naked mode, all of these guys need to just come down. Just accept it, people. Except for you. All of these guys just keep coming down. There we go. Now we'll just move you back to here. Grab you and go to the front and then hope that we can get it somewhere near alignment before we get very confused about where things belong. I think that belongs there. Really think this belongs here. Ish. And that puts these guys sort of here-ish. Not you, you're back here, more like so-ish. There we go. And that should have buttoned that into that position. Close enough. There. What about the back side? Not horrible. Not beautiful, but not horrible. Part of it is that that moves forward just a smidge. All right. This puts this Rio cockpit. That's not bad. It's actually pretty solid back there. Looks like it's pivoting down pretty stupidly, but that's okay. We'll get there. We'll get there. All right, 2 more, 3 more, maybe a couple more. All right, and let's get back into naked mode because the things we really need to do here are this. We need to. Why did I do that to myself? Things we really need to do are this. No matter what, from this point forward, all of the inside ones are going to be inside. So that's the bottom set. Where's the bottom set? Anyway, there we go. Bottom set. You guys are going to be this way, no matter which way we go with this. So just get used to it. I'm going to take you and move you down like so, because that's where you guys are going to all be. This bottom square, no matter which way you look at it, it's going to be down. Work. And you will be roughly over here. We know that. Might as well grab your component sides as well and move you down. And that gives us sort of an angle of what we're doing. Ish. I didn't bring the real window down all the way, huh? That's interesting. I thought I brought it further. I guess it didn't. Oh, because there's an intake valve here. There's an intake right here that hasn't been cut out. But it will be at some point. I promise. I promise. That's why you're having a problem. There's an intake there. Yeah, that makes sense, I guess. Which means that I only need this, and he only needs to be over and up and aligned with that line. Yeah, I totally can tell what I'm doing. Hoping that I'm not screwing up my model. Buttoning that in. Which puts these guys, first of all, they're forward more because that, and they're upper more, and they're backer more, and whatever. Anyway, then I'll do that. Down. Oh gosh, what the heck? Where the heck am I anyway? Anybody know where we are in the model? I need a map. All right. I'll move it forward more. And part of it is that I've made this indescribably larger than it needs to be. How large does it need to be? I don't know. I can't describe it. It's indescribable. We just said that. It's indescribably large. All right. Move it back to pin it in. Look at the angle of. And all right. There we go. That's what we're looking for. Oh, I'm not really. I mean, I appreciate that. And yes, that's, but I'm not that worried. I spend a lot of time dinking with it this way, and actually, somehow I find this somewhat soothing because I'm broken. I don't know, but I kind of see. There is another spot up here. There's another line, which does mean that technically this guy's up here, like right here, which is fine. That puts you right here, and well, ish, fish, whatever. There. Then I gotta go to the side and get this all lined up. It's really there, and it's really there, and you're really, here, and I don't know, you're here, and there we go. Yeah, I'm not that worried. And then this is all the way forward to here, and this is, stupidly all the way forward to here, and I hate people, and stuff. All right. And then this guy goes here, and this guy goes like, here. And it looks like we have won the lottery of now you got to figure out how to get this to fix the side of this whole piece. Oh, God, I hate people. All right. When I say I hate people, it's me because I'm the one that did this to myself. Just saying for the record, I did this to myself. All right. There we go. I didn't know you knew so much about Blender there, some user. That's cool. It's a good thing to know. I can call you and say, help. What'd I do? How'd I break it? I done broke my model again. And you'll be like, why is he calling me? Why did I tell him this? That's going to be the first thing you're going to think is, why did I tell him this? I could have gotten away with this. And he would have been none the wiser. And no, I had to be dumb. And tell Guy that, you'd be like, well, that's the thing. There we go. There we go. Get that aligned in there. I'm not even sure where this aligns. I think there. There we go. Just have to work. Oh no. So you've been lagged out on the entire stream or what? Okay, let's put this in here. Now let's go on the inside of the hull to make sure that, yeah, see, that looks fine. That's fine. That's fine. We're all fine here. We're all fine here. Now, how are you? Stupid discussion. Anyway, Luke, we're going to have company. And there we go. Okay. Now it looks like the Rio almost. This guy's off. I'm noticing both of them are off, so I'm going to have to bring both of them in like so. And then we just need to fix this bump. Oh, yeah. There you go. And that should put that Rio window, which will need to be pivoted because that's going to actually have to come forward because it's not going to open right. The window's going to end up going through this post, which is all right. We can fix this. We can fix. No, really, we can. Oh boy. All right, push this back. Just the bottom pieces. Please push that back to about there. Push this back to about there. This back to about there. There. Push all this back to about there. And this goes forward a little bit more like to there. No. There. Because we still have to clear. This piece is not going to clear until we get there. That should be fine. Now, let's go adjust the hull to match it so that we don't have to futz with that. First things first, let's fix this. This bump. Random bump. The outer hull that, I don't know. I don't even know. I don't know what you were thinking. All right. You need to come back to here. You guys need to come back as well. And this is where not having it in naked mode is useful. Bring this up. There. So now the Rio window's got a bend to it, which is what we really need. And now we'll go back into object mode and check the window. And elephant rhino. I don't even know where the hell the pivot point is on this. So select all of it. Move the pivot point to the pivot point, which is, right there. And then go to object mode. Move that all back down to, there or whatever. There we go. Now that's closed. Make sure that it does what it's supposed to do. It opens this way. And this guy opens this way. And now you've got the access to the cockpit like you're supposed to. And that works. All right. Oh, yeah. Fred is free fly. That's right. We were actually just talking about Star Citizen because they had a major update And it looks like the major update makes the character creation much more awesome. And sadly, I play Black Desert Online solely for the character creation. I'm just saying. It's I admit it openly. I admit it openly. I play Black Desert Online simply for the character creation. Kicks butt. So that works. So I will be there with you for Free Fly on Friday. I think I have made a tactical error because that's not the way that that window should look. But hey, we're getting there. Gotta go. Totally, I'm horrible about this. I love character generation. I'm terrible. I admit it openly. It's my favorite part. I can spend hours in character generation. Flying, whatever, doesn't matter. However, Fox, I got, and I kind of have to do this over here, but I got this. And I am ready. Wait. I'll switch to main for real quick. Look at that. Ooh, it's greasy. But I have a yoke now. And over here, I've got my throttle quads. So I'm ready. This just bolts right on to the front of my desk right here. And then I've got yoke controls where I can flight control and then yoke turn. I am so ready. I need to plug it back in because I had to use my USB ports for stupid stuff, but it's all right. I am ready. I am ready to get into Star Citizen. I'm ready. I found the ship that I think I like is a little fast explorer ship. So we'll be fast exploring. All right. I'm pretty sure I like the shape of the outside of this. So what I'm going to do is go like this and go into object mode and rotate it until it is straight vertical. Like so ish. Wait, I should probably check to make sure it's 90 degrees. 90 degrees, 90 degrees, 90. There we go. That way I can get all of the... I don't know. I haven't figured it out yet. But the odds are good that it will either be named the Kittiwake or the Tamerlan. Probably the Kittiwake. Because that's the name of my hero ship here in this game. Or in this comic. It's my comics hero ship. So, okay. Edit mode. Blah. Like none of these are aligned where they're supposed to be. And go like this way. What the heck was I thinking? This is like, I should write a song. What the heck was I thinking? What the heck was I thinking when I made this mesh? Because I really don't know. But if you look out there, odds are good. The character will either be Chang or sometimes Julie, because Julie Cochran was the name of the original character that was Chang before she was Chang in my comic. So odds are good. And I will probably make her as close to Chang looking as possible. Because that's usually what happens. She's my hero whenever I fly. I'm almost always flying as Chang. Because Chang is, even though I don't make her into a Mary Sue in my story, when I'm running my actual Bellatrix Rising, I try not to make Chang into a Mary Sue. The truth of the matter is, Chang is my hero. She will always be the hero. Whenever I read books, the hero is always Chang in some way, some part of it. I mean, she, she fits whatever's going on, but that's typically the way that my brain works. So whenever I make characters in games, look at that. That's what I was afraid of. Oh, well, not an issue. This is somebody else's problem issue. Oh, that's not. That's a collision. Hey, Alfie. That is most certainly a collision. And that's not, but that did. It collided right at the very end. Which means that I could probably just pivot the insides and make them tilted like this. So anyway, yeah, if you ever see me in a gaming universe, it'll always be Kittiwake and Chang. Odds are good. It'll be Kittiwake and Chang. Oh yeah, see, that doesn't even fit inside there anyway, so there's, that. What was I thinking? Good heavens. See, we're back to what in the world was I thinking? Oh, that, yeah, that's a whole problem. Yeah, I make noises like that all the time. All right. Oh, that'd be awesome, man. Thanks. See you later, Alfie. Always good to see you for a minute or two. Good to know you're still with us. You're an important part of our community. All right. Pivot these in like so, because that's just weird. And then pull it back. Even weirder. So did you get a capital ship there, Fox? Is that was that a deal, or did you actually buy that thing? Because those things are expensive. I was noticing that problem. I can afford a little teeny ship. That's what I can afford. I'm one of those little explorer ships. That's what I can afford. And that's it. Oh, okay. In other words, you'll get the capital ship to fly around in on Friday. That's fair. And I think this is going to have to lean forward. Like all of those are going to have to come forward somehow. Doo-dee-doo-dee-doo. Here we are building spaceships and trying to not make them, screw up and blow themselves up again. This is why they never let me sing songs. I'm just saying. Coming up with these songs. People think I'm just weird. There we go. Move that in. Move that in. Move that up. And do that there, like so. So, Fox, are you part of the Star Citizen programming team, or are you just a fan? I mean, being a fan is fine. That sounded like, are you just a fan? Yeah, that's not what I mean, of course, obviously. Just a fan's ridiculous. I am just a fan of Star Trek. That does not mean, though, that, and I don't think I'd want to go head to head with me on trivia in Star Trek. Ooh, doggy. That's not a safe bet. There we go. That's why. That belongs there. This guy belongs here. And part of the reason why we're having a problem is they're not lined up to the spots they're supposed to be in on the hull. And that's our issue. Oh, you did the thing. Don't do the thing. I want you to do the thing. Well, yeah, I mean, I guess it makes sense. I mean, a backer, because that's kind of the way that Star Citizen works. I would call that like you're one of the priority people, which that's cool. Got no problem with that. Dang it. I am off my axis again. I feel like no matter what, we're going to have to make all of these things kind of tip this way. And I'm going to have to make the hull on the inside tip this way so it'll seal. I don't know how I'm going to make that work with the cockpit. They're both just going to have to be at the right angle so that when they both open, they open this way. Your capital? Yeah, I know, right? Capital ship's huge. All right. All right. I am going to have to bow out soon. Because I am hungry. And I haven't had lunch, and it's almost 4. I probably should eat somewhere along the line. Just saying. Weird but true. Human beings need to do this eating thing. Weird. So we're making the Rio cockpit not flat so that it can open without having conflicts. Like, see, like this is a weird conflict. There we go. All right. Now let's go into object mode, edit mode. We'll pull this back until it seals up against that. I know, right? Having ruins our hyper focusing on, this because I don't want to quit until the damn Rio cockpit's complete. I mean, I really shouldn't have to worry this much about it. Nobody's going to see that, but I will. And it'll drive me crazy. And that's the important part is we're preventing my insanity. Because I'm the one that's going to go, why? Why is this not right? Everything is wrong. Move that backward. Until it matches up. There we go. Come back forward. You and you probably at the same time. Come backward too, so that it matches up. I don't know what that is, but that's part of the structure. I don't need to worry about that. All right. Is that a divot? It's a divot. Why would you do back to the. I'm going to start a song. The song is why, guy, why did you do that to yourself? You could have not done that to yourself and been in far, far, far better, far better shape. Okay, there we go. I think I'm going to call that good enough. I don't know if I like the wiggle here, so let's go in real quick and just this. No, this. No. Eh? Oh, I'm on the wrong side. Object. You. Edit. I'm like, what? Why am I not? All right. Now put that down like so. Hey, give it less of a stress. Where's this guy? That's outside. There. You did not, in fact, do your job. Just saying. Where did you go? Hey, you need to go here. Way forward. There we go. This is one where maybe not being in naked mode is probably better. Because we just need to see whether it seals like this does not. There. And then we see the gap. All this air out this hole. Yep, well, that's right. We didn't need that Rio. We need ourselves another Rio now. Keep killing Rios by suffocating them a lot. Have Rio problems here. All right. Going after. That's you. Aft. Close that in. Good. Now all I need to do is go to the main hull and close that. But we'll close that in a second. Now inside, this guy's wrong. This needs to be brought in like so. All right. I know if I know what's going to end up happening here is going to end up with this. I'm going to be inside this cockpit somewhere along the line doing a scene, and I'll be like, why? Why did I make this cockpit so stupid? I'm going to hate myself for it. And so this is worth the time. I'm reminding myself this because otherwise I'm going to be like, why did I waste so much time making sure that all of these little things were aligned? And I'm not wrong. Looking at the comic here, I have a Rio picture here. There's a Rio on this side talking. This is the Rio. And then over here that's the Rio, but that's the pilot. So I am going to be showing the Rio's side. I mean, there's like, you will be in there doing Rio stuff. So this isn't a waste of time. I just need to remind myself that it's not a waste of time, that my comic does actually call for this. Okay. Now, go forward like this. There we go. Alrighty. Only a little longer, and I will call this good and then go figure out what I'm doing about food, because I actually am getting really hungry and kind of get into the cranky stage of hungry, which is not good. You don't want to make me angry. You won't like me when I'm angry. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, 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 yeah. All right. Actually, I'm kind of not much of a threat when angry, but I could pretend that I am, so that be scary and stuff. That's important. Pretending to be scary. I don't know. I don't know what. I don't know what I'm talking about. All right. Moving into the inner hall. Going ahead and edit it. And my cat is here going, why? Why are you still doing this? Why? As my cat is wont to do. You're only saying that because I feed you sometimes. There. Get that just a little out of the way there. Oof. There. Actually, it looks pretty solid. I don't have to worry about this intake, which should kind of stick out a little bit more, I think, along with down here. It gives it some of this ship's little bulky roundness that makes it adorable, and makes it why I had to go make a new one, because the sabers didn't look as cute and fluffy as these guys do. I like these guys. They look cute and fluffy. So kind of wanted a cute and fluffy ship. So now we're fluffy. And that's the way it is. All right, cool. Next thing's next. Close this. Ka-chunk, ka-chunk. Does not want to close correctly. Always important. Makes me put the shift key down to fine adjust. There we go. All right. Now we've got front and Rio windows closed. I don't know if I really care enough to continue working on those make it work better. Not 100% sure, but hey, what do we know? All right. Yeah, see that? That looks pretty close to these guys. An exception to the fact that I added that Rio door, so that 102 is going to have to move back on the hull, but not very far. I mean, that still could be 102 right here. There's a lot of machinery in here. Hey, Sham. Thank you. We're working on, it'll be ultimately a ship in my comic. The question really is, I feel kind of like that front should be, I don't know. Should that front be a little shorter? I mean, I could pull almost all of this equipment back, but if I do, I'm going to be interfering with the legs once the legs are up. Okay, let's mirror. Oh, hey, that's cute. Let's not mirror. Let's not mirror until you have aligned the thing correctly. Align the thing first. There you go. All right, grab everything. We're all moving over, guys. Yeah, it's Mecca. Most of the vehicles in my comic are mecha. There we go. We've mirrored. Let's make sure that seam doesn't show up because it is unseemly to have a seam. I'm easily entertained is what I am. So there we go. Yep. Yes, I am a fan of mecha of all sorts. So we've got ourselves this forward. Okay, so this guy comes up like so. Whoop. Comes up. And this guy opens forward. And now we have the cockpit pieces like they should be. So we are not complete with the back hull yet. Otherwise, we would be able to move to that next piece, but we're not ready yet. So all right. I need to get this forward vent. There's a vent up here. An intake right here in this manifold. Right there. And so what we're going to do is we're going to go here and add mesh and a cube. Everything I do has cubes. Everything I start with starts with a cube. We're going to go into right here. I've been doing 3D for most of my adult career. I started doing 3D in the 90s. And so I'm still doing 3D. The equipment changes. That's all. So, but yes, I did it all by myself. I mean, back in the 90s, there wasn't a whole lot of help. There we go. And that should just pretty much be exactly what that looks like right there, right? And we should probably match it with the dynamics, the aerodynamics of the hull. So we'll push that back. And push this forward like so. And thus matching it with the aerodynamics of the hull. Because that intake's going to, yeah, it has gone very fast. I'm not that old, but it's been going very, 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 very fast. Okay, so airstreams follow along the outside. The air will follow along here and into this intake. So that intake also now is way too close, which is fine. I'll just move it out. And we'll do that. Move that like so. It is indeed crazy how fast technology moves. Okay. Intake goes through that front piece. We should be fine now. I think that works well. I'll move this into there. Sounds great. Like so. Give it a little bit of shape. Kind of matching this part here. We'll go into here, go here, select you, object mode, you. We'll do another Boolean. We're going to cut difference. So cut, apply, remove. And there we go. We have now an intake. as per Ray, Ray was the one who said that we needed a little intake back there, little fins and intakes and things and things and things. So there we have intakes. Now we have intakes and things. Now that I've done that, I feel like now I can finally duplicate both sides. But first, I shall save. Okay, now here we go. And a mirror. Make sure it's clipping there's no clipping. I don't want clipping. So make sure that there's no screwed up sections in the bottom. There we go. Undercarriage all matches. Top part matches. All right. And we'll settle that in. Apply. Saving is always worth it. All right. The last piece of this is to fix this piece. So now that we've done that, we're going to go into object mode here. And then we're going to say add modifier. Oh, first, let's make sure that is straightened out. Because it doesn't need... Yeah, it looks pretty straight. Okay, good. Just looking through there. All right, object mode. This is where things get cranky because I've got a landing gear inside there. Difference, cut, U. And hopefully it did it. Or it screwed it up. One of the two. We'll see. It could have poured soup in our hair. Anything will work. Object mode. Let's look. There we go. The landing gear looks like it sits fine in that door. The side door over here is going to have to be adjusted, but that's okay. For right now, the gear looks like it fits like it's supposed to. Like, there you go. And there's the nose gear. Nose gear comes down just fine. Oh, no. This is my comic. I draw a comic. And so this is the A15. It's an interceptor. However, in my comic, for this particular comic, it is going to be search and rescue. So that's what we're doing here, is search and rescue. So the A15 is for search and rescue in this instance, specially designed. All right, there we go. So the next thing we need to do is just fix the doors on the gear, because the doors are a little wonk. They don't quite cover the entire doorway, and this back door certainly doesn't. So we'll go in here real quick. Go into edit mode, directly below. Thank you. Directly below, and pull the door so that it lines up nicely here and seals, because it needs to do that. And pull up nicely here. It doesn't need to work very hard to seal on that side. Over here, I think I'm gonna have to pull that forward. It's not a problem. And we'll pull these guys out to there and there. There and there. So that, all I did was just line the door up. So now you see the door actually covers that zone there. I'm probably gonna have to pull this guy forward. It's a series. Let me give you the link, because right now the series is free, so you might as well enjoy it. Hang on real quick. Junk. And I will add that. Go for it. There you go. It's the name of the series is Bellatrix Rising. Thanks. You're welcome. All right. Now we need to go through here and do a quick fix on this mount. Because the door piece, it looks like the door is not quite the way I want it to be. That's okay. Go in here. See, these guys here need to kind of be forward enough that they're ahead of this door. Like, can't be in the way of that door. Not helping us. Not helping anybody. All right, kind of moving out like so. There. And that should cover that. Then the door, the little door for this guy's doesn't need a very big door. This outside edge. So the side door doesn't have to be. Kind of got the side door all wonky too. All right. Chunk. Chunk. And put the side door, we'll close it. So the side door closes like so. Side door is also not even remotely correct for this, but looks like the gear is wider on certainly the gear door looks wider, and it's not quite at the same altitude as it is when it's, because these are all pieces I have salvaged from the saber, so they're all the same parts, just rearranged. All right, so come down here because this door is off by a lot. I'll mount that right in the center there because I really want this guy to be clear of. I also think I have a size differential problem. Like the Mustang is a markedly larger spacecraft. So all right, move these guys to here, and you're there, and move this forward to there-ish, and that should be pretty close. And close as in horseshoes. All right. Hey, don't move that over, because we need that to be dead center. So that when you how did you end up over there? These are the things that baffle me. All right. Now you need to be higher up into here. You need to be higher up into here. Actually, looks like I need to move the entire thing. It's a lot of work. It is, but I also am one of those people. I love airplanes and things like that, and so I am notorious for being probably a little too detail oriented. I spent maybe too much time today on the cockpit window. It really didn't need that. In the comic, it wouldn't have shown up very much, so it probably would not have been very recognizable as a problem. And so it probably wasn't as big of a deal as I was making it into, but yeah, but I really like my accuracy. So I worked kind of a little over the top here. I'm probably a little bit too detail oriented, but it makes me happy. And I mean, it doesn't really do much for my hunger levels, though, because I'm kind of hungry. And I probably should have eaten a long time ago, but didn't. So, there's that. Regretting my life choices, as you might imagine. Somewhere up here is another one of these. Like for example, this door is a great example of it, right? This door does not need to be this accurate, but it'll drive me crazy if it isn't. So I'm going through and fixing it so that it will be. Because otherwise, I will think it's weird, and I will know. I will see it, and it will drive me crazy. So I'm just making sure that it's accurate. Also, I like making little animations with these guys at some point, so I'll probably make an animation with these guys. And when I do, it'd be nice if when all of these doors open and everything like that, um, it would look accurate. I started drawing comics in 1991, and I was inspired by manga. I'm a manga artist, so my style is manga, and that's Japanese style. So I'll pull this up into there. And what inspired me was um, reading comics very similar to I was reading at the time a lot of Rumiko Takahashi, so Ranma One Half and um, Maison Ikoku, and those really inspired me to start drawing. So I started drawing, but I was also watching a lot of anime at the time, and so Japanese animation. This is the early 90s before it became popular. It's all popular now, and that's fine. But yeah, I'm like, but I didn't get into it. There we go. Then get that out of the way and bring that down. And I think we're getting close to the end here. I'll leave this open and gapped. I'm not that worried. An opening into the wheel well isn't a big deal. Nobody should be in the wheel well. I mean, if they're in the wheel well, you've got bigger problems. So I'm not that worried about the wheel well leaking or anything like that. So should be good. All right, done. And that should make it so that you can, yeah, I might. It doesn't look that nice, does it? Mer. Well, double mer. There. Yeah, see, you won't see that very much. So, all right, object. Now, there we go. I will always recommend Macross because that's what really is my home comic. I love Macross. 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 The The series that I usually, there's a number of series. In America, those were called Robotech. But outside of America, it's usually called Macross. But that's my big, that's what inspires all of this. That's what got me into this. It's Macross. So it's by, it's a series um, it's not created by a single mangaka, which is kind of interesting and different. But the series is it's owned by a company called Big West, but the comics are typically written by my favorite author of all time, Haruhiko Mikimoto. And Mikimoto was the character designer on the original series. So there we go. I just need to move these forward and up. Exo Squad. Yes, I've seen some of Exo Squad, yes, back in the day. Exo Squad stole a lot of Macross's mecha, specifically their Destroids, because Exo Squad kind of exploited a weird rule for American properties. So there was, if it was in the 80s and the 90s, if it was Japanese, there were no copyrights on it here. In the 80s, not in the 90s. By the 70s and the 80s, I guess I should say. There were no copyrights on it here. So you could just take their designs and steal them and print them out here. So the best part about Exo Squad, though, was that they would release all the toys, and I effectively ended up having oh yeah, I ended up with those toys, and when I did, I ended up then effectively having mecha for really cheap from Macross Mecha. All right, we are now, with the exception of the thrust reversers, we're ready to go. And I can close that door and let all the air out. There we go. So there we go. We got ourselves an A15 Mustang, which probably isn't a Mustang. It's an A15. It might be. We're ready to go. For that, all of her flight surfaces move, which is good. Checking all the flight surfaces. Good. Good. Okay. All the flight surfaces do move, and they move correctly. And we've already checked the cockpits to make sure that everything is good. So next thing's next. Let's fold up the legs. A little harder than it looks to get these legs up here, but that's all right. They're mobile. So things get, weird. But we didn't check to make sure that with the changes that I made to the primary hull didn't mess up the leg positioning of this, which would, be bad. There we go. Get that straightened in there. And straighten you back so that you're completely back like so. And one leg is in. this guy. Why does this look like it's further back than the other leg? Why are they not lined up? They should be lined up. They are not lined up. You need to be forward just a smidge. There we go. Now you're lined up. All right. Yeah, I don't think that's the way that works. Which explains why it's in the middle of. There we go. That's the way that works. It shouldn't be on top of its own leg piece. That's weird. There we go. That's the way it goes. Yep, that's exactly right. The legs are mostly so that it can hover in one spot and rescue people if it needs to. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. There we go. So that's the Mustang in flight configuration. Let's go on ahead and put the undercarriage down, which weirdly I've forgotten how I made it do that, but it did it, and I did it wrong. It should go the other direction, but it doesn't. It's locked in a position. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You got it. Rules for thee, not for me. There's a lot of times where that's the deal. All right. Help me out here. I think I need to figure it out. I have I set the translation so that it only goes one direction. And I can't remember how I did it. It's locked. It's locked the transit. Well, I mean, I can do it this way, but. All right. That's right. We'll figure it out later. This guy comes down like so. And that guy opens like so. And we'll bring up this undercarriage, which again is locked in the wrong position. That's right. Don't be weird. You're being weird. That's weird. Why would you do that? Oh well. And then we'll bring this open, this door, open that door. We'll bring that undercarriage down. Crank that carriage down too. Into locked position. And that's what it looks like sitting on the ground. Plunk. With all of her undercarriage down. She's bigger and rounder, though. I think she might need bigger undercarriage, so we may have to put a bigger undercarriage on it. But that's not for right now. So opening the cockpit doors then for landing, and since usually in landing mode, they put the flight surfaces down. There we go. And that's our A-15 now in landing mode, completely landed out and ready to have people get in there. I kept dreaming about this A-15 in landing mode. But it's funny because Donald was like, you should put a rope ladder or something to get into it. I'm like, I don't think you realize how low to the ground these guys are. Like, they don't get very far off the road. Like, it's like 4 feet off of the tarmac. So isn't that really like very far off the tarmac? There we go, though. I like him. He fits and looks like these guys in the comic. So all I need to do now is the AWACS bar on top, and everything should be fine. And it looks just like it's supposed to. And I feel like I have done my bit for King and Country. I've spent my quality time. I need to put the thrust reversers on, but that's it. Because she does actually, there is a stop. There's a stop in the comic where the fighters come to a stop. Not fighters. They're fighters. But yeah, we've got them peeling out to one side. We've got clearing. Yeah, here's where they have to stop, pivot on this panel. So I need the thrust reversers to open on the back. So we'll need to go through and do the thrust reversers at some point, but not today. I'm good. I also probably want to actually open this side to be a step door, because I don't know my real door, so it's my step door. It's like a step ladder. We don't know the real ladder. Okay. Man, though, I gotta figure this out. Yeah, right. We'll figure it out. All right. Yeah. The copyright thing is a long discussion someday. This wheel didn't even, the wheel didn't even come all the way down. There we go. I'm like, it's not even actually like totally sitting on the wheels even. Anyway, Ray had one at the very beginning of the show. Ray was like, why does it have wheels? And I'm like, so that you can park it. And because it's cool. And shut up. Because it's my comic and I can have little wheels if I want. Kevin's here, which is actually good because I'm actually hungry. I'm leaving. I'm going to talk to you guys later. I will have a wonderful day. Everything like that. Keep your eyes on the stars. Thanks for joining me, some user. Thanks for joining me. There were a lot of people on the show today, weren't there? Thanks for joining me, Sham, which I don't know. That just sounds kind of strange. And Fox, definitely thanks for joining me today. And also, it looks like Nightbot's been here a lot. Alfie's here a whole bunch, but then disappeared as Alfie has wanted to do. And I don't know if you're out there, Schwartz, but thanks for joining me as well. Appreciate it. And I hope you guys all enjoyed me building the A-15. But the A-15 is now complete except for her thrust reversers. So we'll finish those later. And in the meantime, keep your eyes on the stars. Bye-bye, guys.